What do you got?
I think I can prove to a judge that both of these men had the mens rea.
What the hell is a mens rea?
It's a legal term the lawyers use. It just means the intention to commit a crime.
Okay, come on, let's go.
Mens rea?
Put the cuffs on him.
How could we have gotten mens rea? We take blood? Can you do it without taking blood? We both use condoms. How is this possible? I want to see a doctor. Can I have an independent blood test?
Money!
I feel sick.
What are you doing?
Mens rea! Oh! Oh! My God! No!
Hey, everybody. Good morning, good afternoon, good evening, good night. Wherever you are, whatever you're doing, whoever you're doing it with, however good it feels, why you're doing it in the first place, however many times you're going to do it later. I don't care. I'm just glad you're doing it here with me, Legal Vices, right here on this little channel that I like to call Legal Vices because I'm creative like that. We're glad that you are here. And by we, that's the royal we, meaning I am glad you're here. How are you all doing? It is Friday night here in Korea, Friday morning, probably where most of y'all are. We are happy and super excited to have you. And again, by we, I still mean the royal we, I. Today is the Alex Murdaugh sentencing. We're going to get there in just a second. What is he being sentenced for? His financial crimes. Which financial crimes? The state financial crimes. We're going to watch the impact statements. We're going to watch the lawyers' arguments. We're going to watch the sentencing. It's going to be a long night, but we're going to be here a little long night for me and maybe a long day for y'all. But I am just happy and thrilled to have you here. So cheers to all of you. Nothing I'd rather be doing on a Friday night than sitting out here and hanging out with all of you. That might be a slight exaggeration, but I'm so happy to be here with all of you. This is awesome. All right. Well, let's take care of the quick background stuff before we dive straight into this. I've invited a few people very last second. So if they don't show up, it doesn't mean they don't love me. It just means that I invited them literally at the very last second. That's why I was a minute late. I was sending out some invites just to see if some people wanted to join and keep me company. But we'll see how that goes. We'll see if anyone responds. All right, so some of the background stuff we got going on here. We have the like and subscribe poll set up. We got 132 of you here and 76 likes. That's a pretty darn good ratio. About 60% of you have done your job, which means about 40 of you haven't. So the 40% of you that haven't hit the like button, I know I haven't given you a single thing to like yet, but please just assume that you're going to like what happens here because, hey, I'm Legal Vices, and this is a fun channel. And it's Friday, and we got the whole thing. We got Alex Murdaugh. We got alcohol. We got whatever else going on. We're good. So hit that like button. Hit the subscribe button again. Make sure you are subscribed. I got a couple of messages today from people saying that they've been unsubscribed. I'm not whining about not having subscribers because we are going upwards. We are not going downwards. But people are getting unsubscribed. So double check just to make sure you still are subscribed. And then come on over here and take our like and subscribe poll once you have done those things. Oh, this is interesting. Today's like and subscribe poll, which is just a cheap little reminder to like and subscribe to the channel. Shoot the like and subscribe buttons. Vote, should Murdaugh have been given a plea deal? Because he was given a plea deal. We'll talk about the plea deal here in just a second. But the question was, should he have been given a plea deal at all? 58% of you said yes, and a 42% of you said no. So a large number of you don't think he should have been given a plea deal. Very interesting. Honey 2800 says, this is strange. I can't see the poll, not even if I change it to a light theme. It's a thing that's going on with Android these days. Most people with Androids cannot see the poll. It's a thing. I don't know. It just started happening a few days ago. It's happening to everybody across the interwebs. So it's just a thing. The top, I know you can't see it, but the top choice is yes, he should have been given the plea deal. The bottom choice is no, he shouldn't have been given. If you just like touch it with your finger or mouse, you'll get you'll get something to highlight. The top highlight is yes, the bottom highlight is no. And then at the end of the day, it doesn't really matter anyway, because we'll keep you posted. Flux is lurking today because she's busy. Boo. Boo you and your busy Friday. Okay, folks, that's kind of really the only background thing we had to do today. Coming up Monday, we got a Maritime Monday stream, and God knows what we're doing next week. Haven't thought that far ahead because I've been busy planning on the weekend. Andrew Legal Mindsets here in country, so I'm going to head up to Seoul and hang out with him tomorrow over the weekend. So I hadn't had a lot of time to think yet about what's going on. It's going to be a weekend of stuff. We'll just leave it at that. It's going to be a weekend of stuff. But before that, we got to get through tonight, and we have a long day ahead. We're going to try to watch most of it at 1.25 speed. We might even bump it up to 1.5 speed at some time because people in the South talk a little slower than other folks. So we'll be doing it as fast as we can because there is a lot of ground to cover. Totally Not a Russian Bot says, do you know the raft of Medusa? Nope. Can't say as I do. Oh, Lizbots has an iPhone and can't see the poll. Just must be a YouTube, like a YouTube wide thing. Huh. All right. So they're broked on everything, are they? Great. Well, they seem to be broked all over the place. Oh, and kicking us off the night with the very... Excuse me, I just choked on my own saliva. I have a drinking problem. And kicking us off with the very, very first super chat of the night, it is the DCV Titan with a Canadian $10 super chat. I wonder how many times they brought up his murder trial as the financial crimes were critical to the murders. So the murder must be critical to the financial crimes, right? What one would think. A plus B equals C, B plus A equals C. Yeah, you'd think that works, but we'll just have to find out. I got an iPhone 12 and no issues with, ooh, aren't you special? Hey, Joe. I've got a Galaxy S20 and I have problems. And so does my phone. All righty. Thank you again. Thank you so much for kicking off the super chat. That means we are $90 away from unlocking Doggo Cam achievement. If you want to see a sleeping English bulldog, that's all it's going to take. All right. I think that's pretty much it. We've got the stuff out of the way. Can't think of a single thing to talk about because I haven't planned a single thing for next week. People come and pop in. They'll come and pop in. If they don't, it's just you and I. All right. And the normal trial super chat rules will be in effect. We're going to play this through. We'll read the super chats. I'll flash the super chats up on the screen. We'll read them at natural breaks in the proceedings. And that's kind of about it. Doggo Cam gets unleashed at 100, 300. I have a drink of a really horrific whiskey just as a punishment shot. I still haven't figured out what to do for a $200 shot because I never get $200 in super chats, but I haven't figured it out yet. Anyway, let's jump straight into this. Oh, Google Pixel 7. No issues with the poll. It's a thing. No idea. You get the poll or you don't. You get on the poll or you don't. That's a life choice you've got to make. Either you're going to get on the poll or you're not. All right. Let's bring up ye oldie Alec Murdaugh sentencing hearing, and we are going to dive straight into this. What's up, Danielle? Good to see you. Howdy. And Pale Rogue is laughing at something. Cool. I like when I just see laughy faces. I wonder what people are laughing at. Is it me? Is it Chad? Is it something else? Right. So without further ado, let's jump straight into this. Let me bring it on up. Watch live. Embiggen sort. Boop. Okay. Ooh, he's got a serious widow peak going on there. Yeah. All right. I like this sign back here. No guns in the courtroom. Well, thank you. Thanks. No firearms in the courtroom. Okay. That seems reasonable, I guess. All right. They're bringing in ye oldie Alec Murdaugh. And we are at 1.25 speed. Yeah, chat loves Jeff's poll. Everybody wants to be on Jeff's poll. Just like everybody wants to be Jeff's member. So right down there, just sign up to be to be my member, whatever it takes.
Continuing on the case of State v. Alec Murdaugh, Mr. Waters.
Thank you, Your Honor. If I please support.
Yes, sir.
Your Honor is aware, of course, that as we showed up for a pretrial hearing for a trial that will be going this week for the set of financial crimes as it related to the Satterfields. Ultimately, the parties agreed to a plea agreement to resolve the
how's the volume, folks?
crimes against Mr. Murdaugh in return for a negotiated sentence of 27 years in prison, that being 85% time. That would have
All right, so just we'll do a quick pause here. That's the what you just said is sort of kind of what the deal is. We'll get to your super chat there in just a quick second. So that what he was saying is where we've come. He's been charged with like 22 state financial crimes. He's accused of like cheating the state of the Satterfields. That was his nanny, his housekeeper, his maid or whatever for like 1 billion years, and she died on site, and he screwed the family out of like more than $4 million. He just stole like a ton of cash from just about everybody, insurance settlements, whatnot. 22 counts of financial crimes, money laundering, fraud, breach of trust, including like the Satterfield family, other claims, and what they did is they came to an agreement. He pleads guilty to all 22 of these counts, and he serves 27 years in state prison. So that's what was agreed upon on Tuesday, I think, is when they reached that agreement. So Tuesday they agreed that he would serve a 27-year prison sentence, and as part of the deal, it's going to run at the same time as his federal sentence for similar crimes that he pled guilty to last September. And he's already serving 2 life terms, consecutive life terms, not concurrent, which means that like he serves 1 life sentence for killing his wife, and then he serves another life sentence for killing his son, rather than both running at the same time. But if that gets overturned and he's only in on the state and federal financial crimes, what that means is he serves 27 years, and that is like he's not getting out much earlier than that. He serves 27 years, he walks out of there, and then he goes and serves the remainder of whatever there is in federal prison. So he's still probably going to die in prison, even if the murder conviction gets overturned. Now, because they had originally charged him with 101 financial crimes, dealing with about 8.8 million. They whittled that down to the 22 crimes. Yeah, the 22 crimes for about 4.4 million and stuff like that. So that's where we are. That's where we're starting. That's where we're picking up, and that's what they were just talking about here, where they've agreed to the 27-year deal the prosecutors have. And all right, let's. Oh wait, almost forgot. Adrian the Wholesome. Update on my quest to find a good whiskey. Maker's Mark is so far the only one to make me say, wow. Maker's Mark is phenomenal. It's very, very heavy wheat whiskey. So it's a lot sweeter. I mean, I'm sorry. It's a very, very high in the corn and wheat. There is an unusually large amount of wheat in Maker's Mark, so it is a bit sweeter mixed with this like the sweetness of the corn. It makes it quite good. If you can find a bottle of Maker's Mark 46, check that out, because that actually has some staves that it was like aged in whiskey barrels with some French wine, like French white wine staves, which is pretty darn good. Yeah, Maker's Mark is fantastic. What's your favorite maritime event and why? Oh, I'll have to think about that. Either the mignonette with the poor young Richard Parker cannibal scene, or the one we just covered for the last 2 weeks, the HMS Wager on Maritime Monday, mutiny, murder, mayhem, and cannibalism. All right, thank you for the super chat. Let's get on with this.
Prison, that being 85% time that would have to be served before the possibility of any release. And obviously, those are independent of the 2 existing life without parole sentences currently Mr. Murdaugh is serving for the murders of his wife and son. At that time, because that plea negotiation developed during the course of pretrial hearings, we deferred final acceptance of that negotiated plea until here today, so that all the victims could be properly notified and be present and address the court if they so desired. And we have notified all the financial victims of the various indictments against Alec, and those who wanted to attend are either here or their representatives are here, and will address the court at the appropriate time. But Your Honor, I think it's important because we ultimately did the factual basis sort of on the fly, and I didn't go into great detail, but I said at that time that I wanted to spend a little bit more time sort of laying the table, setting the table, and putting a little bit more meat on the bone, since we are here post-Thanksgiving, about the nature of the schemes that Alec Murdaugh conducted. And I will kind of walk through those to not only reset the plea agreement, but also to provide, Your Honor, some of the paperwork so you can see how this.
You got to remind us what a piece of shit he was.
One of the things I would say again is that this is a negotiated plea, and as Your Honor is well aware, what that means, of course, is that Your Honor, after hearing everything, of course, will, and that includes hearing from the defense and the victims, would either accept the 27 years or reject it, depending on obviously.
Now, so, I mean, see, that's the interesting thing. Even though they agreed to it, even though Alec Murdaugh and the prosecution agreed to this, the judge still has to sign off on it.
This whole morass, again, I think the easiest way for me to walk back through it would be to go in chronological order and to, again, talk about not only the counts that are being pled to and what's being pled to, but also kind of remind Your Honor of the facts.
I'm going to bump the volume up here a bit for the court.
Your Honor, as we move through this, and I've, of course, already provided copies to the defense.
Prior to proceeding, Mr. Harpootlian, do you have any introductory comments?
Your Honor, only to note that at a juncture after Mr.
Dick
Waters-
Poon in the house. Mocha Dick Poon.
This morning, some of the lawyers. My concern is that the Victims' Bill of Rights guarantees the victims the ability to make a presentation. I have no problem with that whatsoever. To be, I'm sure, extensive comments by them. But I'm concerned from what I read in social media about some of the lawyers making comments today. Some of them are they're going to express anger against me and Mr. Griffin and Mr. Murdaugh. Some of them are nakedly using this as an infomercial to sell coffee cups or T-shirts or bobbleheads in an effort to maximize their economic return on this process. I would ask the court either to have the victim speak or the attorneys, but not both. And if the attorneys do speak, they address their comments to you and not to us. And their comments should exhibit the demeanor of this courtroom, not some sort of marketing court. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Mr. Harpootlian. And certainly we will maintain the civility and proper decorum of the court. The parties are entitled, victims are entitled to representation, and the lawyers can speak on the victim's behalf, addressing the court and not addressing.
Welcome, Ozzy.
You may proceed.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Ladies and gentlemen, Ozzy Overlord Hayden in the house.
Set the table. We all know through this entire process, through the murder trial.
If you're talking,
through
you're
my
muted.
comments from the initial proceeding we had at this plea, the power and the influence and the family legacy that was exercised, that was so important to Alec Murdaugh, and the trust that his family name and that law license on the wall had in that community and in the state in its entirety. And it was, and with the staff at the firm and with the people at the bank. And there were so many individuals that were trusting of Alec Murdaugh, and that is how this decade-long scheme was able to take place. And ultimately, we had people who came to Mr. Murdaugh for help, people that he told he was going to help. And in many instances, there was significant funds that Mr. Murdaugh paid to those individuals. But that was how the scheme usually worked. It was a sleight of hand. It was where he was handing them a check and had their focus on that he was able to steal money from them behind their back. It was the fact that he used things like Palmetto State Bank and what we've called the fake forge on these disbursement sheets and told his staff to fill those out. And then those go to the finance office at the firm, and it looks legitimate. And your average staff member who is going to never question a powerful senior partner, but these look like legitimate expenditures. And so that was that trust, that power, that
This is a young Ozzy Osbourne back there in the gallery.
Take place. And throughout this investigation, Your Honor, and this ultimately, when we first got involved, the state grand jury first got involved. It was late August of 2021, and I described it before as leading to a whirlwind state grand jury investigation because the side of the road happened not long after that, and we realized that we needed to devote a lot of resources.
Okay, I think that's working.
Hey, there you go. You can hear you now, Oz.
Something certainly was rotten.
Excellent.
Now here we are back in the game. Welcome, Ozzy Overlord. Good to have you here for as long as you can hang. I know it's like ass early over there already.
Yeah, it's like 1:20 in the morning, so I'm going to do a little bit of show prep while we listen to these idiots pat themselves on the back for what they've done. But anyway, I'll stick around as long as I can last. Anyway,
we do have a few things here. I'm not Biden. Hey, what's up? Says judge has to agree to what? His guilty plea has to agree to the sentencing because they made a plea deal between Alex Murdaugh and the prosecution for him to serve 27 years for the 22 financial crimes. But the judge just has to okay it. And he can say, no, I'm not going to accept that and do something else. But I mean, just virtually always the judge will follow the agreement. But he does have to sign off on it. And so I saw someone mentioning that the judge is going to go for the maximum. Well, if he accepts the agreement, it's going to be 27 years. But in theory, he could change it up. Doesn't happen often, but it's in theory. Ozzy, are you sleep streaming? No, he's very much awake and alive. And it's happening with Harper. Wasn't Becky's son just arrested for wiretapping? Yeah, we're going to talk about that next week. Interestingly enough, Becky is under apparently investigation for another bit of impropriety. I believe it was something to do with funds, with a misuse of funds, and her son.
Wait. She's under investigation for financial crimes? Are we going to get a 6-week murder trial out of that?
Could be, because her son. I mean, her son also was arrested in relation to alleged wiretapping charges earlier last week. And a day before her son was arrested, she was ordered to turn over her cell phone. So there's some things going down in Carolina. So just saying. But yeah, that's where we're at. Thank you so much. Lady in the gallery front row wearing prison stripe blouse. Oh, yeah, the prison stripe blouse, not the best choice of apparel for court. Well, and this is the reverend that was protesting outside of, there's where's Prison Waldo back here. We got the reverend that was protesting outside. Got Stevie Nicks back here, and sitting next to Stevie Nicks is an 18-year-old Ozzy Osbourne. So we're good.
Do you think that the reverend knows that he's put the garment on upside down and he's got the crucifixes upside down?
That would be funny.
I don't think he knows. I do not think he knows.
Oh, I see what you mean. His scarf. That's funny. Oh, speaking of things that are not funny but are just like amazing, before we jump straight back into that, we got the big fish in the ocean. Bella Stella making it even, dropping a hundie to Aussie Overlord a bit ago, coming on here and dropping a hundie to me. Wow, you're insane. That's all I got to say.
So that's pretty damn awesome.
Yes, I mean, but thank you so much, Bella Stella. You are an amazing supporter to a lot of people. I appreciate it, and I don't want to put words into Ozzy's mouth, but I'm pretty sure he appreciates it too.
Absolutely.
Cheers to you for your generosity and all you do and all your support you give. Thank you so much. And let me punch a few buttons here. Got to touch a few things. Now that I've touched a few things, it is that time of day, folks, because of Bella Stella and others.
Release the hounds.
Joining us is Strawberry. Thank you so much, Bella Stella, for that. Oh, you heard your name and woke up, didn't you? Go back to sleep. All right, that's us. We are here and we are ready to go. Let's get back into this. Let's hear what we have. What's his face? Jim, what's his nuts here has to say. And he's of course going to be saying he's a horrible, horrible human being and he deserves far more than this, but this is why we're going to do it. Let's go. There's young Ozzy Osbourne back there.
Investigating the murders that we focused on. And I want to say this. I'm obviously standing here as a representative of the Attorney General's office of Attorney General Alan Wilson. And obviously, Attorney General Wilson, I'm standing here in his shoes. He's obviously been heavily involved in this case as well. You saw him at the murder trial. And we've come to this result for a lot of reasons. And the reasons are, and the main reason is that, first of all, we have these admissions from Alec Murdaugh that he committed all these crimes. We're able to detail those for your honor and frankly for the world, because it's important that the South Carolina judicial system have accountability for those that abuse it. And it's important that we explore the manner in which it was done in some detail so we can see how easy it was for power and influence and trust to be used to steal millions of dollars for years and years. Obviously, as we began,
I want that chair for my office.
Partners at SLED, I have a number of SLED agents that work so hard on this case and on the murder case that are sitting out there.
Oh, fuck SLED in there lying to the grand jury asses.
To develop this case and worked so very hard. But I want to say this as well, is that as we started to go through this morass of documents and financial documents and bank statements and checks, and again, I have a lot of the state grand jury staff sitting here. I've mentioned my co-counsel Johnny James and our forensic accountant Carson Burney a couple of times, who were also very instrumental in those early days in going through those. And we worked very hard. But I do have to say that we received a lot of cooperation through that process from the very early days, from the first grand jury testimony back in October and November of 2021. We received a lot of cooperation from the firm formerly known as PMPED. They had provided their staff members, their financial people who had done a lot of review themselves. The lawyers in the firm had done a lot of review, and they were able to provide us some of those documents that started this investigation, that gave us breadcrumbs that we were able to follow. And so they've been cooperative throughout that process. Similarly, Palmetto State Bank. Your Honor is, of course, aware that we've indicted Russell Lafitte, who has yet to be tried and therefore is presumed innocent until found guilty. But the bank, who was also in many respects, in those early schemes, conversion of those Palmetto State Bank checks was how this scheme took place. And the bank similarly has been very cooperative in doing its own investigation, but also in providing access to documents and providing access to bank staff, and some of whom you saw testify at the financial trial and at the federal trial of Mr. Lafitte. So those entities have been cooperative to us through this process, but ultimately, and I described this before, but I think it needs saying again, that we can talk about what the lawyers did and the Attorney General's staff did and the state grand jury did and SLED did and our other law enforcement partners did. And
before we talk about all those horrible details, we got one more person backstage here. We have IT Goatee, who is Megan Fox's smart guy brain for the IT issues. How you doing, sir?
Doing good. How are you?
Pretty darn good. Welcome. Good to have you here.
Yeah, I appreciate the invite.
Yeah, well, we're just trying to get a little group of people here together to watch this and to see what we all think.
Mm-hmm.
Well, again, this is IT Goatee. Any better way to introduce you to your first time here on the stream other than Megan's IT brain?
Well, no, it's kind of funny because when we were doing the verdict watch for the Maya Kowalski case, Megan's Mac was just failing on top of itself every time. So she did the call-in stream, and I'm like, all right, I'm an IT guy. I will help you do whatever it is to get you to fix this. So then she did the give, send, go, and then I pointed her in the right direction to buy the proper stuff. So now she's all set to go. But yeah, I'm just an Army vet who became an IT guy after being medically discharged, and I found Nick Ricada and started joining the community that is on YouTube, and I won't use the detested term.
Well, Megan's here. Megan, you got the link. Get in here. Let's have a partay. Okay, folks. With that, until someone else comes up, let's jump in. Glad to have you here, IT Goatee. Let's rock.
Firm did and the bank did as we tried to put together and be able to tell this long story of how this man was able to steal for so long from the system. But as I described before, the other people that were so crucial to that were the actual clients, the victims, and their representatives. And I described before, Your Honor, and particularly in those very early days, having to sit down with those victims as we were getting started and starting to put together some of those first cases and having to look them to the eye and say, I need your help to tell your story. I need your help. We can't make change. We can't expose what's happened unless you tell your story. And I described it before. There was a palpable fear.
Stop saying palpable.
Victims in coming forward because of the power, because of the influence, because of the belief that no one would ever do anything about what had been going on. And I told them that we would see this through to its conclusion, that we would be committed to it. And again, to a man or a woman, those individuals that I sat at a conference table much like this, looked them in the eye, and they ultimately agreed to come forward knowing full well their name would be out there, and they came forward knowing full well that they would have to go testify in front of the state grand jury, and they knew full well that they would have to testify. And that, Your Honor, again, was true courage, because I heard over and over again, Mr. Waters, again, you don't understand. I have to live there.
Get up, Lincoln. Get up.
You're messing with. But they still came forward. And that really was crucial to development of all of these financial crimes, which ultimately not only exposed this long-standing scheme of how a lawyer can abuse the system, but really put in context everything else that happened through the course of Alec Murdaugh's life. Your Honor, I have what's been marked now as State's Exhibit 1 that I will hand up. And this is just a timeline of how the financial crimes developed throughout the course of this scheme. And as I described before, and again, I'm going to try to walk through this as quickly as I can. But the first thing that we had was that Alec ran into some financial trouble in 2008, 2009. We all know the recession happened. And after that, he had a number of early large recoveries. And it caused his partners and people around him, because
Yeah, Megan, you have to join now because they're saying palpable.
To believe that he ultimately had righted the ship. And he did take those legitimate fees, but he was also borrowing so much money, and he then started to steal from those large recoveries. And Your Honor, the first one that is part of the state grand jury cases is Natasha Thomas and Hakeem Pinckney. And Your Honor, there was a catastrophic accident there. It left Hakeem quadriplegic. He ultimately passed away. And Mr. Murdaugh came to the hospital to offer to represent them. One of the things that he had done was had Russell Lafitte at Palmetto State Bank appointed as a conservator. And that became crucial to this particular scheme. And ultimately, when those recoveries came in, and they were quite extensive, he was able to steal some of those. And the next exhibit I have, Your Honor, that I would hand up. And Your Honor, I would ask, not that first one, but this exhibit, we redacted account numbers from it, but there is extensive financial information in there. And we would ask that.
Now, the important thing to remember is the financial crimes are completely separate from the murder trial. He essentially, during the murder trial, admitted to all of the financial crimes when he started to give his own, he started to testify in his own behalf. And so there was no question he was going down for these. It was whether he was going to be able to plea out to a lesser sentence or whether they were going to just go after him for the whole sentence.
Really, the hard work that was done in this case, because it's one thing to determine that a check went from where it was supposed to be and somehow ended up in Alec Murdaugh's world. But it was another thing to figure out exactly how that money was spent and how that money was dispersed. And ultimately, you can see here on that page that when Alec Murdaugh, and this would be on December 20th, 2011, stole the $309,581.46, that when we looked and traced how that money was spent, a large portion of it went to go to pay back a personal loan from Charles Lafitte, to pay his father, to pay the Hannah Plyler conservatorship, which is another conservatorship that Alec Murdaugh had set up in a case that he had where he had Russell Lafitte named as the conservator. And then ultimately he started to have, and Russell started to lend money from that conservatorship to Alec to keep Alec afloat, to keep him afloat on those many loans that he had with Palmetto State Bank that Russell Lafitte had given them. There's another conservatorship, Malik Williams, that substantial monies went to. But Your Honor, if you flip over to the last page of that exhibit, you'll see a disbursement sheet right here. And these are very indicative of how easy it was ultimately to steal. These disbursement sheets have the recovery amount at the top. They have the various sources, the insurance companies in there. And then they have the legal fees, which tended to be anywhere from 33 to 40% of
40%?
Very, very large recovery. Costs and expenses,
Jesus,
and loans and medical bills.
Like 1/3 is usually the maximum you would get for something like that.
Palmetto State Bank, $309,581.46.
Getting 40% of a recovery is a crime in and of itself.
Alec Murdaugh would cause his staff to prepare. Then the finance office at the firm would have those checks cut, as they were told to do by this man right there. And once he had that check cut to Palmetto State Bank, he would take it to Russell Lafitte at the bank, and then Russell, having a check in his hand, made out to Palmetto State Bank, but then convert that money to Alec's benefit in the manner in which he said. And in many instances, it was to pay back loans that Russell Lafitte had either given Alec Murdaugh to keep him afloat from the Plyler conservatorship or from other actual bank loans, to the point
Megan will join us.
Alec had gotten so much in hock to Russell Lafitte that Russell Lafitte was in hock to Alec Murdaugh. And in many instances, these loans, particularly early on, were used to stop Alec Murdaugh's financial situation from falling apart.
What was he
All of
doing
this
with all of this
involved
money if he
much
wasn't
less the fact
into
that it
drugs?
shows That Mr. Lafitte and Alec
I mean, the
together
dealing
had been
side.
loaning themselves money from a conservatorship.
Well, he said that they was putting some money into conservatives, so he's at least doing a little bit of saving.
Hawk, H-O-C-K.
In Hawk.
Yes, sir.
He didn't say
Your Honor,
cock, he said hawk.
The first one, that being the Hippene Compete, that is Alec is pleading to a representative count for each victim, but that was 2022 GS 4702 count 1, breach of trust, 10,000 or more, and he's agreed to a 10-year penalty for that particular one. Your Honor, the next one that I'll hand up deals with Natasha Thomas. This is stage 3 for purposes of this proceeding.
Yeah, they said he spent like 50,000.
Your Honor,
They want you to believe he spent $20 million on drugs.
there were two.
Lemmy Kilmister didn't do $20 million in drugs.
One of them was on.
Keith Richards hasn't done $20 million in drugs. Well, okay, maybe he has.
I was going to make the joke that Keith Richards
Murdaugh
probably
had
has.
Russell Lafitte appointed as conservator for Natasha Thomas, who was a minor at the time. And if we look on the last page of this exhibit, we will see an amount down at the bottom. There's disbursements to clients, and you see the various disbursements that are going out. But the last one says Natasha Thomas, Palmetto State Bank for $325,000. And again, the staff does as they're told by Mr. Murdaugh, and they cut that check from the trust account for $325,000 made out to Palmetto State Bank. And Alec Murdaugh is then able to convert that money, and actually converts all $325,000 of it to pay back a loan from his father. Your Honor, that is 2022 GS 4701 count 1, to which he's pleading guilty related to Natasha Thomas. That's breach of trust, $10,000 or more, and he's agreed to a 10-year sentence on that one. Your Honor, also in this particular exhibit, we have
this is regular speed, right?
This was very typical that a lien was held back to pay off, in this instance, Medicaid. And it was very common for plaintiffs' lawyers. This is very common, very accepted, and very usual to hold back, give initial disbursements to clients, but then hold back monies to pay off medical liens and other liens that need to come out of that recovery. And it's very common, again, for them to then negotiate with those medical providers or whoever else. And then if they can, get them to accept something less than the full amount. So if they can get them to accept 70%, then what they're supposed to do is then return that additional money to their client. Hey, great news. I'm a great lawyer. I managed to settle those liens for less, and here's an additional amount of money on top of what I've already given you that you weren't expecting. But what we found, of course, was that that became a very easy delta that would allow Alec Murdaugh to steal funds. And ultimately, we see that second theft from amounts that involved Natasha Thomas. Ultimately did pay some liens, but instead of returning that money to Natasha Thomas, as Alec Murdaugh was supposed to do, instead he had another check cut to Palmetto State Bank and made out to Palmetto State Bank, took it to Russell Lafitte, and had that money converted for his own personal use, and pretty much had it converted to cash. And ultimately had it converted to cash, including $9,000 cash, which is obviously a very interesting number in that it's meant to stay under that $10,000 threshold. Your Honor, I mentioned before that he had Russell Lafitte appointed as a conservator, and they had been borrowing money from a different conservatorship. Russell had been loaning money to Alec Murdaugh from that conservatorship. Russell Lafitte had been loaning money to himself from that conservatorship, and that money needed to be paid back. And so ultimately I'm going to hand out what's been marked as States 5.
That guy back here, he smokes 84 packs of cigarettes a day.
Recovery, and that involved the case of Arthur Badger, whose family was in a catastrophic accident, severely injured his children, killed his wife. And Mr. Murdaugh told him the case would only be worth a certain amount. And during the course of this, and this was very common, Mr. Badger had to get money to pay loans. He had to pay his bills. And what we found in this particular case was that Mr. Murdaugh ultimately settled globally a lot of these claims and had the civil defense lawyers there allocate the money in a certain way so that he could ultimately hand a very large check to Mr. Badger, more in line with what he was expecting to come to.
I'm sorry. I got to say something here as soon as
so much of the money.
Move your head, dude. This guy right over here in the upper right left corner, he looks like one of the really bad undercover boss episode guys. That just looks like a really bad like incognito disguise from undercover boss.
No, he looks like the time that Gordon Ramsay did it to one of his sous chefs who went off and started their own restaurant. Oh, that's hilarious.
Sometimes it just kind of struck me. It just sort of looks like a bad undercover boss job here. I can't unsee that. God damn it. What's wrong with me and my mind? Dermy Wormy, as long as you're here, we'll hit the button. Hail all, how late am I? No, they're just outlining all of his criminal enterprises and all the stuff that he's done to get to this point. And that's kind of what they're going to do for quite a while. They're just going to lay out the process, all of these 22 financial crimes, how and why and where and what happened, and we'll just continue to make fun of people as they come along. And speaking of people to make fun of, we have Megan Fox. Hi, Megan Fox.
Hello. I'm still laying down, Jeff. I'm very tired.
You lazy. It's almost noon there.
It is not almost.
I know.
Oh my God. It's 9:45. And I've been up since like 6 a.m. to get children on the bus. And I finally went back to sleep. And then I go and I click over to your stream because I'm like, oh, I woke up, but I'll listen to Jeff and go back to sleep. And you're like, get in here. So look, I can't turn the camera on yet because I literally just woke up. But I will sit in here with you. If you hear any snoring, just mute me.
I'll just blame it on Strawberry.
Why is this guy going through the entire case again? It's like,
well, he's pleading guilty to 22 to the 22 financial crimes. So he's got to outline all the 22 financial crimes. But they're going to go through
trying the case again, like, giving his opening statements. It's enough already.
Well, he's already pled guilty, so that he's just going through and saying what a piece of shit Alex Murdaugh is for stealing like upwards of $20 million, but they're only getting him for like 4 or 8 or something like that. The prosecution is going to hammer him. Then we're going to go through the victim impact statements, and Dick Poon is going to say something, and then Murdaugh's going to talk for far too long, and then they're going to sentence him to 27 years.
I will never get over that name.
Dick Poon? That's Flux. That was Flux. Flux named him Dick Poon.
It's so good. All right.
Oh, no.
Brad, it's good to see you, and also you, Aussie. Good to see you as well.
Yeah, good to see you. Don't mind me. I'm like 10 minutes away from hitting the pillow, so
everybody's tired. But LC Merritt, so where did it go? Oh yeah, behind bad undercover boss. Behind undercover boss guy is the girl from The Orphan.
Oh Jesus! they've got everybody in this room. Like
they do. They've got Vlad the Impaler and his wicked widow's peak here over here, and they got the guy that smokes 85 packs of cigarettes here. We got Megan Fox here right over Murdaugh's shoulder.
Looks like Alex Jones behind him.
That does look like Alex Jones.
Well, until you see him, and then it just looks like a dude that smokes 87 packs of cigarettes a day. All right, before people bail on us because we're just ridiculous. And by them, I mean the people that are no fun whatsoever. Let's continue on with Alex and his
Arthur Badger is sort of part of the ledger that he was able to steal $1.325 million from that particular claim. And if you look at that first page, you'll see the tracing exhibit from the state grand jury and all the work that was done there. But you can see
throw in witty comments as you see fit.
The credit card balance that he had with this money, over $150,000. He used this money also to pay back the conservatorship that I previously mentioned that he was getting money loaned to him by Russell Lafitte for over $482,000. And those are just some of the expenditures that we see on this particular theft. The other thing is very interesting is you'll see at the very back, you'll see an email, and this is from Russell Lafitte to Alec Murdaugh.
Jeff?
And he says, Alec.
Oh, we also have Agra from the Dark Crystal here. I'm sorry. Gelfling!
I think this prosecutor must have found Alex's drugs because he seems like he did a line of coke before this. he's like going beyond belief. And for being a typical Southern court, like this dude is flying through this procedure.
He's got too much to say. Couldn't he just throw up his hands and be like, "Just sentence him, Judge"?
He's a fucking asshole. Just send him to jail.
Like, we know he's going to jail. He's already in jail. He's going to be there forever. So could we just get this over with? My God.
No, I'm not helping it anybody. Continue to pause, but Agra kind of freaked me out there.
Well, Richard Pryor there joined the cloth. I didn't realize that.
Oh, no.
Is that an upside down cross?
Yes.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, my God. Is he a Satanist?
No, I just don't think he noticed.
I just don't think he figured out the costume when he was putting it together. That like if he just.
Oh my God! I think maybe he's from the Church of Satan.
No.
Oh. His chemo order came in.
Can we please push play? August freaking me out.
Oh my God.
I saw you like take out her eye and go, Gelfling, where is the Gelfling? Oh, no, we're not at 1.5. We're only 1.25. All right, let's go.
Get Jeannie, who was the CFO at the law firm.
Doesn't he just look like a really bad undercover boss though?
Down below there that were cut that way. And they were cut
he definitely
that way
dyes his hair.
so that pick up that money,
Southern William Hurt.
Oh no!
The illusion of regular payments to really
just like a beatnik William Hurt.
A huge amount, like $1.325 million, in order that slowly over a period of time, Elliott could convert that money, and again in large measure to pay back loans that had come to him from that prior conservatorship. And again, throughout that, there were a number of loans that were cut to Palmetto State Bank, and they were essentially cut in a manner that Russell Lafitte had Elliott cut them that way. And then they were ultimately stolen all the way from February 2013 through May.
This is like Lamont Sanford.
And so ultimately,
Lamont, you damn dummy.
Because it was such a large amount, they had to cut it up. They had to make it look like it was coming at different times from different sources. And that is how, over the course of that long period of time, Elliott was able to steal that money through use.
For those of you that have never seen Sanford and Son, I feel bad for you.
2022 GS 4703, count 1. To which Alec is pleading to breach of trust over $10,000 and has agreed to.
I know I've seen it because it was always the only thing on at a certain time, but I don't remember a whole.
With Red Fox and his son
I
Lamont.
remember Red Fox. I remember.
I'm coming for you, Elizabeth. This is the big one.
Yeah.
This individual was Dion Martin.
I'm as old
Dion
as your
Martin
son,
was
Jeff,
in
so
a
unfortunately I
head-on
didn't
collision
get it.
with a drunk driver in 2012. He was on life support for a number of weeks, and a month after he was released, Alec Murdaugh called him and said, "I'm going to help you. I'm going to represent you," and ultimately ended up settling the case without talking to him. Ultimately covered up the paper so he couldn't really see what he was getting, but ultimately, like all of these, still gave Dion Martin very, very sizable funds. But if we look at this particular one, ultimately he was able to steal on October 7th, 2015, $338,056. $338,056.14. And if you look on the back page of that exhibit, you can see that there's a disbursement there. It says disbursement to Forge, and it has that very amount on there. And again, this is where we see the scheme start to change a little bit after the Badger theft and how much detail had to be engaged in with those checks to Palmetto State Bank, with Russell Lafitte sending emails asking Elliott to cut it up different ways, to have that money dispersed in different manners. That got to be very, very difficult. So Elliott changed the scheme. And what he did was he went to Bank of America and again opened up a account in the name of Richard Alexander Murdaugh, doing business as Forge, and ultimately was able to get those checks cut to what we call the fake Forge. And again, the staff didn't question it because
yeah, that was part of his financial deal. I mean, we can all agree. Because he admitted all of it, he's a piece of shit human being. He did do all these financial shitty things. Whether or not he killed his wife, I don't think he did. I don't think he killed his wife and his son. But that may be just me. But that was one of the things he did. He set up
I
a
don't think
fake.
He did that either. I don't think he killed his wife and son. I believe completely he did all this other shit though.
Yeah, I mean he sets up a company with a fake name that's essentially the same as the other people that handle his finances. I mean, this is the problem with people like this. If they spent half of the energy that they spend doing illegal shit on like doing something productive, they'd be resounding successes.
It's literally Elon Musk.
Wow.
Oh, he takes all of his creative energy and puts it towards good causes. I mean,
Well, that's
I
true.
thought you mean like he was taking his energy and putting it towards evil.
No,
Wow.
he does the opposite. When you look at how successful he is. God, Jeff, did you watch that clip of him telling the advertisers to go fuck themselves? It was so great.
Yeah, it was funny. It was funny.
I think I watched it 5 times and just laughed and laughed. That's what everybody should do when they face an advertiser boycott.
Just laugh at him.
Just tell them to get wrecked.
Man, I'd like to have some advertisers to boycott me.
Me too. That'd be
Yeah.
great.
Which also was very cooperative throughout this case in providing information, was a company that served as a consultant providing services and linking plaintiffs to annuities where they could structure their settlements where they would get regular payments. And so when he could get that money, make out Forge, all he had to do was get on a disbursement sheet, the word Forge, get a trust account check cut from the firm trust account made out to Forge, and then take it down to Bank of America and deposit it and convert it from there. Your Honor, that was the first theft.
Peter Griffin's in the back
Mr.
row.
Dion Martin, and I'm going to return back to him in a minute. But one of the things that we see paid off from that theft of $338,000 was a $169,000 balance on a credit card.
Man, I wish I had a limit.
The next one,
Yeah.
and I'm going in chronological order, is Johnny Bush. And I'm going to hand out what's been marked as State's Exhibit 8.
What did he do?
I think we can.
Dion Martin in a minute. But
I think we can agree it's okay.
was
Oh, sorry, Megan. Go ahead.
2016.
Well, did he buy like a bunch of Lamborghinis or something? What did he do with all this money?
Count 2.
Well, they say he did drugs,
to a
but
5-year sentence.
how many drugs can you really do?
Mr. Bush was a long-time friend of Mr. Murdaugh. He was in a car accident. He trusted Alexander Murdaugh. He mentioned that over and over again because Mr. Murdaugh referred to him as a brother. And anyway, Mr. Murdaugh settled the case without talking to Mr. Bush. And Mr. Bush signed the documents because, like he said, he trusted him. And ultimately, Mr. Murdaugh was able to get him to sign a disbursement sheet that had on it a disbursement to Forge for $95,000. And you can see that on the last page of this particular exhibit. And ultimately, again, that was in June of 2016 that he was able to steal that money from Mr. Bush.
See, I mean, that's like a special kind of shitty human being to just steal someone's settlement from some horrific thing that happened to them.
In
your house, no less.
This particular one would be in August 11th, 2016. This is 2021 GS 4731, count 1, to which Mr. Murdaugh.
How did he explain it to the guy who was owed it?
And in this particular instance,
He basically said, "I'll give you $50,000 if you sign here," and then kept the $5 million that he got from his homeowners.
He would lie about the recovery.
Into his fake Forge account and then convert it to his own use. And a lot of that was cash. A lot of that was payment to employees that he had, payment on credit cards that he had, and including a payment to on the credit card of over $21,000. Next one I'll hand up, Your Honor, is State's Exhibit 10. And this one is the case involving Jamie and Risher. And in this particular instance, Mr. Murdaugh is pleading to 2021 GS 4737, count 1, breach of trust, $10,000 or more, to which he's agreed to a 10-year sentence. And in this instance, he had been in a wreck. His family, Mr. Risher's family, had a long connection with the Murdaughs, and he was injured. He had a younger sister who was killed. And he, because of Mr. Murdaugh's name, because of the long family association, trusted Mr. Murdaugh.
Because he's not getting a plea deal, it doesn't matter if his appeal for the murder actually goes through or not. He's still going to be
Mr. Murdaugh again was able
in
to
jail until he's dead.
Disbursement. Actually, in this particular instance, if you look at the last page, you see that there is no signature on there for Mr. Risher. It just has Mr. Murdaugh's signature, but it has on there a disbursement to Forge for $90,000. And in many instances, that's what would happen. Sometimes Mr. Murdaugh would get clients to sign these disbursements, and they didn't realize that those disbursements were on there that he was going to steal. Other times, the records would reflect a disbursement that was never signed by the client. But ultimately, Mr. Murdaugh gets, based on this disbursement sheet, the staff to conduct to cut a check from the trust account for $90,000 made out to Forge. He's then able to take that money, put it in his fake Forge account, and convert it to his personal use. On top of that, Mr. Murdaugh also misappropriated
Stealing money from someone who was injured and someone whose sister died. Good job, buddy.
To Austin Aviation for a trip to New York, a private plane service, limo service, and meals. That ultimately he was able to bill to Mr. Risher as if they were legitimate case expenses for this case, when instead that was a personal trip for Mr. Murdaugh, a luxury trip, which he then billed to a client and stole that money. All right, we're going back now to Mr. Martin. I'm gonna hand up State's Exhibit 7.
Has he been disbarred?
Oh yeah.
I mentioned Deion Martin before.
Yeah.
Now we've moved to October 11th, 2016. He had already stolen, as I said before, over $338,000 from Mr. Martin over a year earlier. But now he's back, and in this instance, he gets a check cut from fake Forge, made out for $45,000. And again, this had been part of money that was held in trust, supposedly to satisfy liens. But Mr. Murdaugh was able to then convert that money since it remained in the trust account. And on October 11th, 2016, again, he converted that $45,000. But very interesting, Your Honor, if you look on the last page of this one related to Deion Martin on the disbursement sheet, you will see that at the top, it says, under the recovery amounts, it has structured for annuity directly to Michael Gunn and has $500,000. That's a phantom recovery. That doesn't exist. He just put that number on there. And by doing so, was essentially able to generate on his books $200,000 of attorney's fees. That's a phantom. It's a phantom, but it's credited to him on his book. So ultimately, the firm was victimized in this regard because he, in the end, it works out to about $185,000 in extra year-end bonus that went to him because of that phantom recovery that was on there. Going to the next matter.
Do any of his family still talk to him? His other son or anything?
They're all dead.
They're not all
Only
dead.
through seance.
Doesn't he have another son?
Yeah, there's Buster. Yeah, Buster's here in court.
In that particular case, Mr.
Buster
Murdaugh represented
or did Buster turn?
He had his friend
I think so.
representing Hakeem's mother.
Think so what?
I think he talked to him.
She was driving. They were allied, but she still had to be named as a defendant. And ultimately, there remained in Corey Fleming's trust account $89,133.44. And even though the disbursements had happened in that case years and years before, even though Mr. Fleming had had a lot of direct contact with Mrs. P during the course of that and had dispersed money to her, who had come to have direct communication with her all the time.
And by the way, all these people we're making fun of, they're like the victims' families that are going to be talking later.
Corey Fleming had a check
Oh no.
from the MKL.
By the way, I thought he'd point that out.
Account for that amount. Didn't call Ms. P and say, oh, by the way, there's $89,000 belonging to you. Instead, he sent that to Alec Murdaugh at the trust account, and then Alec Murdaugh, once it's in the
I wonder if any of them are going to get any of the money back.
On the last page, you'll see that he gets a
The insurance covered a lot of
There
it.
is no signature for any client or anything like that. He gets that check cut for
I think they said most of them had been made whole.
44 cents made out to Forge, puts that in his fake Forge account, and ultimately
Well, that's
converts that to
good.
his personal use. And one of the things that we see on this one that's interesting, we have a $23,000 and change payment to a credit card that he used with the stolen money. We also see over $20,000 of money that he took to a check cashing service to turn into cash. Your Honor, that particular one, again, was accounted for in 2022 GS 4702, count 3, to which I previously mentioned, to which he was pleading and agreed to a 10-year sentence. Your Honor, the next one is on May 16th, 2017, and this was the first check of what we call the double dip. And this is the one where Mr. Murdaugh is pled pursuant to Alford for stealing the repayment of the firm from the firm of money loaned by his brother, Randy. And ultimately, he pled under Alford to 2022 GS 4723 count 3 to money laundering $100,000 or more, to which he's agreed to a 20-year sentence. I think it's very interesting, though, that we look at the date that first double dip check goes in, and it's May 16th, 2017, which is the same day that also we have the check cut from the PMP&D trust account check for Ms. P's money for the $89,000. Those both occurred on May 16th, 2017. And ultimately were converted for his personal use. Handing up the next exhibit is Exhibit 12. And the victim in this particular case is Randy Drawdy. And again, Mr. Drawdy was in a slip and fall accident. He trusted Mr. Murdaugh because from what he heard, Mr. Murdaugh had a good reputation. Ultimately, Mr. Drawdy felt like he needed more medical treatment, but he couldn't afford it. And whenever he did receive some disbursement, but years and years and years go by. And ultimately, in this particular one, we see here a check, and this was money that was held to pay for a potential medical bill that remained in Mr. Murdaugh's trust account for years and years. But ultimately, he had $9,569.30 on October 3rd, 2017, cut to fake forge, and then converted that money to his own use, including money to cash, to the check cashing services, and other expenditures. And ultimately, it appears that this money, again, was withheld in liens. It stayed there for a long period of time. And I'm sure at some point, someone came to Mr. Murdaugh and was like, why is this money still here? And so even though it was still less than $10,000, Mr. Murdaugh ultimately converted that to his own use. And to that, he is pleading to 2021 GS 4732 count 1, breach of trust, $2,000 to $10,000, and agreeing to a 5-year sentence. Next exhibit, Your Honor, is State's Exhibit 13.
We got to be getting close to the 27 years. How much longer do we have it? Oh, he's still going for a while.
27 years he got away with this?
Yeah.
Oh my
And,
God.
Mr.
Why was
Jenks
no
is here
one paying
present in the room
attention?
today.
You don't investigate.
Mr. Jenks knew the Murdaughs well.
Yeah, no, it's 2 a.m. I'm going to tap out.
And ultimately
All
said,
right. It's just Ozzy, give us a goodbye here. Grift your way out the back door.
I hate it.
Aussie Overlord, YouTube, Rumble, Twitter, pretty much everywhere, guys. I'll be back for the Lord Use and Laughter podcast at 6 or 7 p.m. Eastern. I can never get it with the time zones. At some point, I'm actually going to get that properly. But as always, remember, you're not a piece of shit. You do have value and you do contribute to society, especially if you hit that like button for Jeff. I will catch you all later. I need sleep. Peace.
Have a good night, Ozzy. Good to see you, Hayden. Take care. And welcome, Megan. Now we can give you a proper welcome. Welcome.
Oh, well. There's just nothing proper about my appearance today.
Well, in Porcelain Thunder said maybe he had a gambling problem. That's my theory. Is he had some kind of a gambling problem? He started. He was doing the shell game with his firm and his bank, and then he got into the mafia, and then they want their money, and then bad shit happens when you don't pay them. That's my theory.
Yeah, gambling or women or both, or gambling definitely. But you would think they would know that. They would have tracked it, right? I don't know. It's weird. The whole thing's weird.
They said during the murder trial that he brought in like half of the entire firm's revenue. So, are you really going to investigate a guy who's bringing in that much cash to the firm?
Well, see, that's where I have the problem with him, because that was the motivation. They said was, some guy showed up from the firm and said, we have questions about this $763,000 arrears, and he freaked out and shot his family. But he'd been doing this for decades, and he's been explaining it to his firm. They'd been covering him. He'd been repaying the firm. He'd been doing this shell game for decades. So one guy showing up on his doorstep one morning should not have been enough to set him off to go whack his family. Because that's chump change. The $760,000 is chump change compared to what he'd been explaining away for the previous 20 years.
Yeah, it's so weird.
And John Gordon, speaking of weird, Secret Gordon Ramsay, this case is effing raw. I'm sorry, you were saying, Megan?
I don't know. I forgot. It's
sorry.
Okay.
It's been 3 seconds. We can't expect you to remember for 15 seconds.
Look, I have a medium memory. There's nothing I can do about it.
Yeah. Bernice Conklin says, "Hi Jeff, hope all is well. You are appreciated. Thank you for everything you do. Thank you for being a member for 6 months, Bernice. You're awesome. And as Hayden said, you're not a piece of shit. Thank you for supporting." Thank you so much, Bernice. Let's get back to this, because we got to hear from him for a lot longer.
Mr. Murdaugh pushed him to settle the case for an amount that he thought was less than what he was expecting. And he also knew that there was money that had been withheld in trust if the insurance company ever came and claimed it, was what he was told. Mr. Jenks.
Don't steal money from that guy.
And he also knew that Murdaugh was busy, first with the boat accident and then with the murders, and didn't want to bother him. And if we look at this particular exhibit, we look on the disbursement page, the first one, and this is 3 pages from the back, Your Honor. there was $150,000 in liens that were withheld for Blue Choice Health Plan. But instead of satisfying those liens, instead of doing right by his friend, Mr. Murdaugh instead cut one disbursement for $65,000 and another disbursement for $85,000 from that $150,000 that he had withheld, and had those made out to Forge and deposited into his fake Forge account. And then ultimately converted all of that to his own personal use. And you can see on the first page, the tracing exhibit, how he converted that to his personal use. Your Honor, for that particular one, he's pleading to 2021 GS 4735, count 5, to forgery for a 10-year sentence.
With regard to these various exhibits, including number 13, the disbursements to C.E. Smith, Eddie Smith, can you explain those?
Yeah, there were a lot of monies, as Your Honor has heard about, that were dispersed through.
I so want that chair.
Eddie Smith, and ultimately, and I'll get to that.
That is a cool chair.
To a conspiracy count.
And it'll fit my fat ass comfortably.
Money that had gone through that Mr. Murdaugh.
I also like that chair that Judge Schrader sits in.
Eddie Smith.
The throne.
Yes.
For narcotics and other purposes.
I want one of those.
You know that Mr. Murdaugh would often have those checks cut to Eddie Smith using different names. There would be, and that's why you can see on the tracing exhibit, you can see that there's different mechanisms or different names in which that's listed. There's C.E. Smith. Sometimes it would be Eddie Smith. Sometimes it would be Curtis Smith. There were a myriad of different ways that Mr. Murdaugh would have those checks cut. Sometimes they would refer to work that was being done, that was not being done. Sometimes they would refer
The chat
to
is pointing out that this is just theater.
happening.
And that's true, but it's also for the families who were.
Oh, yeah.
It's for them, so that they feel like they got their day in court.
Hey, that's exactly what it is.
When somebody pleads guilty, you don't get that, you know?
Yeah.
Next exhibit I'll hand up is States 14.
God, how many victim impact statements are there going to be?
Few.
Probably like, oh my God.
Eric Bland, he does a statement for a lot of people. So
Dated January 7th, 2019, 2021 GS 4730, count 4. He's pleading for this false pretenses and agreeing to a 10-year sentence. And there are 2 other charges he's pleading that I'll get to here in a minute. But I'm doing these.
Yeah, that's a good point.
I detailed
with all this shit he did.
How Gloria Satterfield.
It seems like somebody might have taken it out on his family.
Miss Satterfield's family.
Considering the amount of money that he's stolen from other people, to still not finger the people who he may know who actually did it is wild.
February 2019, but Miss Satterfield had fallen at the Murdaugh home and ultimately passed away. And Mr. Murdaugh approached the family, and some of the Satterfield family is here and is going to address the court. And he approached the family and said, I'm going to help you. I'm going to make sure that Miss Satterfield's sons are taken care of. And ultimately, I've detailed the entire timeline, which I won't go through extensively here again. But he ultimately involved his friend, Corey Fleming. They got an initial recovery of $403,500. Well, that's the ultimate amount he cut to himself. It's $505,000. At that point in time, Tony Satterfield was the PR, but instead of advising Tony that the first recovery had come in, instead they involved Chad Westendorf of Palmetto State Bank, who really served as a patsy. Mr. Fleming and Mr. Murdaugh dealt with Mr. Westendorf and told him they would take care of everything. They would handle everything. They would make sure that the money went to the boys, that this money was being set up for a structure with the boys. Don't worry about communicating with the Satterfields. We've got this. But of course, the Satterfields were kept in the dark throughout the entire process. And unlike many of the other schemes where Mr. Murdaugh was able to successfully steal because he had handed a big check to these clients. So therefore, they're paying attention to that life-changing money and not realizing what's really going on. In this particular instance, as I will detail, Mr. Murdaugh stole every dime of what ultimately was a very, very large recovery. And I will talk a little bit more about that. And I know I detailed that last time. I'm not going to go through the whole thing again, but suffice it to say that Mr. Murdaugh conspired with his friend Corey Fleming, who he had represent the Satterfields, to get Chad Westendorf, keep him in the dark, keep him as a patsy so that he would not really know what was going on. And ultimately, Mr. Murdaugh was able then to convert sizable portions of this money. And this is the first exhibit right here. This is the first Satterfield one. Again, this is January 9th, 2019, and this ultimately had Corey Fleming cut a check for $403,500 made out just to the single word forge, and then he was able to put that into his fake forge account and ultimately convert that to his own personal use. And what's very interesting about that is if you look on the front on the tracing sheet, you will see the vast majority of that money was used to pay on the sizable loans that Mr. Murdaugh had with Palmetto State Bank that were constantly in danger of going into default. We see a payment for $104,000 on Moselle. We see payments on Redbeard and Zero United. And so again, that money was necessary. Mr. Murdaugh needed to get that money in there, needed to get that money so that he could pay those loans that he had outstanding and stay one step ahead of the game, stay on what I've called an exhausted hamster wheel to stop that thing from coming off the rails.
Exhausted hamster wheel. Okay.
Somebody comes looking and all of this falls apart. And one way that could have happened is if he ultimately were to default on all these loans that he had with Palmetto State Bank. Because if that were to happen, then the bank, no matter how long this relationship had been, is going to be looking at what's been going on here. And so ultimately, it was very crucial to get this money in and pay on those particular loans. All right, going in order here, Your Honor, I'm going to come back to the Satterfields. We'll hand out what's been marked as States 15. And Your Honor, this was the case of the estate of Blondell Gary. And in this particular instance, and had testimony from her survivor. Her mother, who was Blondell Gary, had passed. And she met with Mr. Murdaugh a week later, and he ultimately settled the case without talking to her. And ultimately, there was some money that was being withheld to determine whether or not another individual was an appropriate beneficiary under this particular case. And that was why it was explained to them that they were withholding this money. But instead of Mr. Murdaugh doing what he said he was going to do, when he was able to withhold that money, he was able then to get it converted to a fake forged check. And we can see on the last page, we can see that forged structure. It says $112,500. And again, Ms. Gary is sitting there. She's being explained. That's why that money is being withheld. But ultimately, Mr. Murdaugh was able to convert it to his own use. And again, he had a lot of that to go for his own expenses, for his own cash. Money went to Curtis Eddie Smith. Sizable portions of it went there, as well as a myriad of personal expenses that you can see on the first page of that tracing exhibit. Your Honor, for that particular crime, he's pleading to 2021 GS 4733, count 2, money laundering, $100,000 or more, for which he's agreed to a 20-year sentence. States Exhibit 16.
Are we up to like 150 years
Your
now?
Honor. This is the check
Lost track.
from the big recovery that Alec Murdaugh, in collusion with Corey Fleming, were able to get in the Satterfield case. And ultimately, after Mr. Fleming took his sizable legal fees, had a check cut from the Moscoon and Fleming trust account for $2,961,931.95 and made out to the single word forge, and then had that personally delivered to Alec Murdaugh, who then was able to convert every dime of that money for his own personal use. And again, throughout all of that, and so all of this.
Literally, they got $2.2 million for settlement, and he took every goddamn penny. And that was for the housekeeper that had worked for him for like 20 years that died on his property. If you remember that.
Horrible.
That was she died on his property from like slipping and falling or something. And he encouraged the children to make a claim against his homeowner's insurance. He settled with his homeowner's insurance for $2.2 million. He represented the kids against his own home insurers. Settled for $2.2 million and never gave them a goddamn dime.
Wow.
Ugh. Yes, I mean, he's a special kind of evil. I mean, there's no doubt about that. He did these crimes. He admitted to them during his murder trial, but yeah.
I mean, if someone told me if he had murdered someone else, like one of these people trying to get their money, I'd believe it. Mm-hmm. I think it's just I don't think this man, I think he's so selfish. I don't think he would ever harm his own family. But it doesn't matter. He's going to jail forever.
Yeah.
It really doesn't matter.
I mean, the reason I've said since day one, like, and Andrew Branca and I, we've both had this same theory from day one. I mean, if it was like someone that got onto him. I mean, it doesn't make any sense that they came and said, "Oh, what's this weird 736,000?" when he'd had much greater sums of money been able to explain away up to that point. If it had been someone else coming up and going, "Oh, I know you stole this money. I'm going to kill you in a fit of rage," they would have killed him, not his family. But when you're dealing like with the mafia and you owe organized crime money, if they kill you, they're not getting their money.
Yeah, they go after your family.
Yeah, and then it would make sense to go, okay, here's two people you love dearly. They're gone. You got one son left. Go ahead, miss your next payment.
I could also think that it might have been somebody whose family he harmed. You know what I mean? Like one of his victims whose life he devastated. I could also see that happening.
It's a lot easier for him to go, or for like a mafia type person to go after him, because he's not going to want to retaliate against them. But if it was one of his victims, like victims is much easier to finger than a mafia type person.
Hey, phrasing!
Phrasing!
Sorry, that's where we are already. That's where we are already today.
I did it yesterday in the group chat, so I get it.
Mexican Iron Man.
Usually it's me. I'm so glad it's not me today.
Mexican Iron Man, who for some reason has been a member for this shit show for 13 months, says, "Hey, Jeff, shout out from South Carolina, low country, where all this went down. Rumors here say family got whacked for financial crap, but he wasn't the killer." That's what I'm saying. It's happening with Harper. Says, "We're all 12-year-old boys."
Yep.
We never grew up. You know, the fun part, though, is when your kids get to that age, like my kids, when they got to the "that's what she said" age,
yeah,
we now laugh so hard about the same stupid jokes.
Yeah.
And it is a crack up. And now I've got them into the phrasing joke, and they are, it's hysterical. My teenagers and their friends, they're at the same humor level I am, which is perfect.
See, that's the thing is like, when after the kids get over the initial shock of the fact that they said something semi-inappropriate and mom doubled down. and they go, wait a minute. I remember the first time I said shit in front of my mother and she didn't bat an eye. And I went, wait a minute. Mom's cool. Mom's on my team.
My kids really lost it when I started laughing at that's what she said jokes. Because I just gave up at some point. It was like, okay, they're old enough, and we're just. I guess this is where we're going now.
And Jennifer, member for 14 months, says, "Bet shit show around."
She's not wrong.
Thank you so much. All right, let's keep going here.
This came to light till after the side of the road, and people started looking. Ultimately, the Satterfields had never saw one thin dime of that money. They never received one thin dime of the money that went through court.
$2.2 million
for his personal use of this particular check. Your Honor, for that particular crime, he's pleading again 2021 GS 4730 count 5 to money laundering, 100,000 or more. That's a 20-year sentence, and that will be the lead sentence for the case. I will get to later the additional 7 consecutive years. That's the other lead sentence that will total that 27 years of 85% time. But this 2.9, by far being the biggest amount, is one of the lead sentences in the particular case. And again, you can see how this money and the extensive amount of work that was done that was to trace how that money ultimately was spent. But just to give some examples, we have a payment of, look on page 2, Your Honor, a payment on of over $609,000 on a loan on which his father was a co-signer. At the bank, we see a $500,000 payment on a loan relating to Moselle. We see over $132,000 going to C.E. Smith. We see repayments to one of his law partners of over $304,000. We see payments to his father for a loan for $300,000.
Yes, total agreed sentence, 27 years.
Payments on a credit card down at the bottom.
You know, they really need to get better seating in courtrooms. I feel sorry for all those people's tailbones right now.
Yeah.
They're sitting on those hard benches. God.
It might be like.
Well, you're Catholic, you know all about extended. But at least the Catholics get to do squats in the middle.
Yeah, but we stand up and we get up and down all the time, and you get to kneel.
Yeah, I was gonna say it's like the worst experience, the worst religious experience of my life was going to my super rich. Back when I was married, my super rich, I guess would be my wife's cousin. They paid for like an entire full mass for their wedding, like a full wedding mass.
Oh no!
Like a Latin mass.
And it was a Korean mass, but yeah.
Okay.
But it was like 3.5 hours of stand up, sit down, kneel down,
geez,
stand
that
up.
Sounds like Orthodox.
Talk to people next to you don't really want to talk to the people behind you, talk to the people in front of you, sit down, stand up, kneel down, like it was a full-on mass. I'm like, oh my God. It's like I deserve my own 12 stations after going through this.
When I was 10, someone in my extended family had passed, and we had to go to her funeral service and it was a full Catholic service, and I wanted to shoot myself.
It was long.
This is just inappropriate. It's not that bad. Ours are like 45 minutes. Like if you can't.
That's good. Yeah.
No big deal. Like you stand up, you sit down, you stand up again, you kneel down, you get up again, you kneel down.
Yeah. You say howdy to your neighbors and you go on. Yeah.
No, we don't talk to each other. We don't do that.
Oh, you don't do. Oh, you don't do all that. Anti stuff. Okay. Oh,
yeah, not since COVID. Now everybody, when they say, to wish each other peace or whatever, you just turn around and give each other a smile and a wave.
Just smirk at each other. My casserole is going to be better than yours after. Smirks.
It's basically just now making eye contact and nodding.
Yeah. Okay, I can handle that. Just as long as I don't actually have to wish peace on anybody.
But no, as a 10-year-old, when you're sitting through this service and you have to wait for the incense to come down the aisle and everything, it feels like, 6 hours of just sitting around waiting with nothing to do, and you can't even bring out your Game Boy because you might disturb someone.
Well, if you think that's bad, don't ever go to an Orthodox wedding, because the Greek Orthodox wedding, 3 hours, dude, 3 hours.
Yeah.
It's unbelievable. I was a flower girl at my aunt's wedding when I was like 6 or 7. And it was brutal. 3 whole hours. If you've seen My Big Fat Greek Wedding, you've seen parts of it. But imagine that for 3 hours. It's just insane. I don't know how the Orthodox do it.
Ozzy, why are you still awake? Go to sleep.
Peace be with the lizard people. And also with you.
Yep. Speaking of lizard people, let's get back to the people here.
That's a good transition, Jeff.
I'm sorry. It's the best segue I had.
Next one, I'll hand up to your honors, State 17. And the victim in this particular case is Christopher Anderson. And your honor, he's pleading to 2021 GS 4734 count 2. Money laundering, $100,000 or more, to which he's agreed to a 20-year sentence. And ultimately, in this particular case, he was able to convert through a disbursement statement that just said settlement proceeds to Forge $750,000. And once he had that amount made out to Forge, and again, this check was on February 20th, 2020, he was then able to convert this money to his own personal use. And you can see the tracing exhibit on the front. All the
wow, Hayden.
That were being paid through that money, a lot of online withdrawals and banking transfers,
phrasing.
Also payments to common state bank loans for over $104,000, a lot of money going to Curtis Eddie Smith, and then just general other personal expenditures. The next one I'll hand up is States 18.
No, we're only at 1.25 speed. Sorry. We can go to 2 if you want.
And this is the final Satterfield check, Your Honor. Again, over a year has gone by from the $2.9 million check, from that $3.8 million settlement. Again, the Satterfield family is unaware that a single dime has been recovered. And ultimately, there's still money remaining in the Moss Coon and Fleming trust account. And so Alec Murdaugh, in October again of 2020, has a check cut by Corey Fleming from the Moscone Fleming Trust account for $180,000 made out to just the single word forge and delivered to him, which he then converts to his own use. You can see cash withdrawals of over $22,000. You can see over $28,000 to Eddie Smith, as well as other expenditures. And this, of course, is around the time also that they then have the stipulation of dismissal signed in the Satterfield case that doesn't have the caption. They do not advise the attorneys for either Nautilus or the prior insurance companies. Instead, Corey Fleming signs it, and he has Alec Murdaugh, the defendant, not the defense attorney, but the defendant himself, sign that stipulation dismissal in conjunction with having this forged check cut to Mr. Murdaugh for $118,000. Your Honor, that is.
And just in case you think I'm making fun of the lady that looks like Agra, Agra is my favorite character from the Dark Crystal by a mile and a half. I love Agra.
Next one is States 19.
I'm worshiping Agra.
Anyway, what else are we supposed to do? This is taking forever. We mean nothing by it.
This is the
absolutely nothing. We're sure they're all wonderful people.
They are.
This one really gets to me, and her mother, Elise Mallory, testified. Her daughter was killed by a drunk driver, leaving behind 3 minor children. And I've talked to her extensively, and she went to Mr. Murdaugh because she heard he was the best in town. And he kept telling her and lowering over and over again how much the case was worth. If there ever was a more acute example of trust, it was Miss Mallory and Mr. Murdaugh. She put this case in his hands, and he kept coming back and saying that the case was worth less and less and less, until eventually he told her that the case was only going to be worth $30,000, $10,000 for each one of those children. And she believed him, because like many people, $30,000 is a lot of money. The reality is that Mr. Murdaugh, with his insatiable need for cash, settled that case for $183,000.
My kid has early dismissal today. Oh
Oops.
no!
He needed the money.
I have to actually get up.
He had a disbursement sheet that wasn't signed by Miss Mallory, executed, in which he put on their attorney's fees of $30,000. You can see that on the last page, and then had the rest of the money, $152,866, made out to forge, and then converted that money to his own benefit. And that was on November 30th, 2020. $23,500 of that was cash withdrawals for its benefit. $29,000 went to C.E. Smith, and then more went to other versions of that name. Paid $20,000 on a credit card. And Miss Mallory, those children, like the Satterfields, who were also the most prime example of trust in this case, the people that trusted him more than anyone, the Satterfields and Miss Mallory, like the Satterfields, she didn't get one thin dime of that money.
Oof.
And Mr. Murdaugh even went so far as to go back to the firm and say, hey, I feel bad that I wasn't able to get that much from Miss Mallory. Can we refund the $30,000 to her? Because he told her that. He said, I can only get $30,000 in this case. And out of the goodness of my heart, I'm not going to take a legal fee. That's what he told her. Out of the goodness of my heart, I'm not going to take a legal fee. I'm just going to get you that $30,000. The problem was he'd already dispersed the money. He'd already dispersed the $30,000 to the firm. And he went back to the firm and said, and telling them a different lie, telling them, hey, I would like to just refund that $30,000. I don't want to take a fee. Just refund that to her. Obviously, what he was going to do was then give her that $30,000, which is what he had promised her was going to be the recovery all along. But the firm was like, no, the fees are paid. No, we're not doing that. And so Miss Mallory never got one dime. For that crime, Mr. Murdaugh is pleading to 2021 GS 4738, count 2, money laundering $100,000 or more. And he is agreeing to that, to a 7-year sentence that is consecutive to the 20-year sentence of 2021 GS 4730, count 5. And those would, again, be the lead sentences for the total of 27 years at 85% time as a result of this plea here today. Your Honor, our next exhibit, Exhibit 20. In this particular instance, this was another instance in which Mr. Murdaugh was able to steal fees from the firm. This particular matter, he represented the individual.
Oh, he is guilty. He pleaded guilty. He's guilty of everything.
Two disbursement sheets. Number one, at the very last page of this exhibit in the disbursement sheet, he had the MPED attorney's fee, and then in parentheses the word forge for $83,333.33. Your Honor, that was from May 12th, 2021. And that particular fee was made out to forge instead of going into the firm as it should. It was made out to fake forge. And Alec, again, was able to convert that money to his own use, cash withdrawals, payments to associates, the standard things that we see. He also had a second disbursement sheet cut, and which it said forge on it, $91,867.50.
Wow, Sandra Day O'Connor died, huh?
And again, ultimately, they
wow.
cut from the trust account.
That's like a first
legal fees instead were diverted by
first woman Supreme Court Justice. Kissinger, Sandra Day O'Connor. Who's going to be number 3?
No, we already had 3. There were 2 others, and I don't remember who they were.
That
now,
along with one of the ones I'm about to talk about next.
This is now the 4th well-known person to die.
Chris Wilson. Those were 2 of the things that the firm had started to notice as everything started to come apart. And Your Honor, of course, has heard about the confrontation, the discussions between Pete Seconder and Annette Griswold and Mr. Murdaugh about
Warren Buffett's business partner died.
Had caught staff's attention.
He's not famous.
And then somebody else.
Matter and
No, he's not famous enough. Well, it's true. I can't name him. I don't know his name.
Until months after the murders.
Rosalind Carter.
A couple things happened. At the
yeah,
same
Rosalind
time.
Carter. That's the other one. Yeah.
Ish. Okay. Ish. All right. We'll say Sanders number 3.
Looking back at this Hirschberger matter,
Judge Wapner didn't die. He died like 1,000 years ago.
At the same time, Annette Griswold found the actual Ferris check that had been made out to Mr. Murdaugh instead of the firm. And what I'm going to talk about here in a minute, Thomas Moore, they started to look around, and that led them to identify the initial fake forge matters that led to them confronting Alec, terminating him, announcing that he had been stealing money, to which he's admitting today. Of course, the side of the road followed not long after that. Your Honor, for that, the Hirschberger matter, he's pleading to 2022.
Well, Jimmy Carter can look terrible. He's 99 years old.
True.
He's allowed to look like shit. Like that 109-year-old monk.
That's the skeleton in a bed.
Yeah, just kill me at that point, please. Somebody, for the love of God, kill me.
Your Honor, this one.
What's Alex doing? He can take me out.
Involving Thomas Moore. In this instance,
Shane McGowan's dead? No, he's not.
In a wreck.
Shut up.
Mr. Moore's trooper had been injured in the line of duty. Ultimately, Mr. Murdaugh had arranged for a recovery, did not advise Mr. Moore, did not tell him money had come in, and had a disbursement.
Holy shit!
$25,000 you can see on the last page.
Whoa. Okay, that was not a lie. Okay, that's actually troubling. I'm actually.
I missed it.
Oh, okay. Now, okay, I'm kind of actually troubled by that. Holy shit! Yeah. Shane McGowan, lead singer of the Pogues, died yesterday. Okay, that trumps everybody that's died in the last week. Huge punk musical icon. Wow. Oh, now I'm 65, but like his body was about 173 years old.
Yeah.
There was a few drugs done by him. Wow. Shane McGowan, lead singer of the Pogues, died November 30th. Fuck me. Okay, I'm kind of traumatized by that. It was like it's kind of like how I felt when Bowie died. Wow. All right.
I'm sorry, Jeff.
No, he was just like a huge part of my youth, man. Oh, wow. Anyway, all right, continue on. I'll deal with it later.
Ultimately forged Mr. Moore's signature on there.
Oh, shit.
Had that dispersed to fake forge. This was on January 29th, 2021. And ultimately, you can see on the first page how a lot of that money was being dispersed, including the cash withdrawals, various iterations of the name Eddie Smith, the cash services business for $14,000, and other matters as well. For that, Your Honor, he's pleading to 2021 GS 47, 27 count 2, money laundering, 20 years or more. Again, all of these 20-year money launderings are 85% offenses, and ultimately, he's pleading guilty to that one as well.
So only I has to be 85% guilty?
Yeah. That's our minimum mandatory 85%.
Next hand up, State's Exhibit 22. Your Honor, this is the matter involving Chris Wilson. And as Your Honor will recall, Mr. Murdaugh had split this case with his friend Chris Wilson and another attorney. They had tried the case in, I believe, December of 2020, and bench tried it and had received a sizable recovery in the early months of 2021. Mr. Murdaugh, again, was in a desperate position needing cash and could not have these fees going to the firm because, again, the way the firm payment structure worked would be that he would not receive the majority of that money until the end of 2021 when the firm paid its overhead, settled up on its agreement, and then split up the remaining monies based on each attorney's individual contribution to that year's revenue. And ultimately, he had on March 10th, 2021, a check cut for $192,000, March 23rd, 2021, $375,000, and April 20th, 2021 for $225,000, and had those all made out from the Chris Wilson's trust account representing the fees that should have gone to the firm, and had those made out to him personally and deposited it and spent for his own personal use. And it was those particular checks that led to, when the expenses came in, led to the whole inquiry from the firm, PMPED, back to Chris Wilson's office on where are the fees? Where are the fees? We got the expense check. And Your Honor, of course, has heard testimony about that issue percolating and the fact that it was even discussed on June 7th, 2021. And after June 7th, 2021, of course, no one was really paying attention to those matters anymore for a number of months. And one of the things that Mr. Murdaugh was able to do was borrow money from a law partner, and was able to borrow money from the bank and got $600,000 and sent that back to Chris Wilson, and then told Chris Wilson a lie. Pretty much said, hey, I got some things moving around.
Hang on, I'll be right back.
Right now, I'll get you the 192, but can you go ahead and tell the firm that all that money is in your trust account, which would solve the problem.
We're in charge now, IT
So
goatee.
ultimately, that happened. Chris Wilson
Yeah,
sent an
I
email,
generally like being in charge.
and said those monies are in my trust account.
Should hear all the things
And
I
then,
do when
of
you
course,
disappear on
everything
your
crashed and
streams.
burned following Labor Day of 2021.
It happened
Mr.
again
Wilson
last
confronted
night.
Oh,
Mr.
no.
Murdaugh, Mr. Murdaugh
We have
admitted
to
he was stealing,
uninstall that thing.
admitted that he didn't have
Yeah.
that $192,000.
We'll get that done.
And ultimately, those were the basis for
Now
the
that life is
indictments in
returning to
2021
sanity
GS
over here.
4728, counts
Thank
1,
God.
which represents the diversion
it
of
was
the
a
fees
rough
from the firm
few
of
days.
$792,000, pleading to false pretenses on that for a 10-year sentence. And then
Baby
count 7
goatee doing
representing
good?
That 192,
good.
not to double count it.
He
but
slept in till like
192 that he
10, quarter after 10
defrauded
today.
his friend Chris Wilson out of.
I would have done that, but Jeff made me get up and get on the stream.
You were watching it in bed, don't lie.
I wasn't watching, I was listening while I sleep. I do that.
Your Honor, additionally, Mr.
Listen
Murdaugh
to
is pleading
things
to
and fall
2022 VS 47.
So you listen to the opening
that
of
is
your
a
night
criminal
stream
conspiracy, Your
intro.
Honor,
You don't
with
listen
him
to lawyer talk like he's on
Curtis Smith.
a bump of cocaine trying to
And
put
the
this
dates
guy
are from
away.
October 2013 through
But I
February
do, though.
2021, and ultimately those deal with the diversion of a
Oh,
lot
no,
of these funds
sneezing.
from whatever source through checks to Curtis Eddie Smith that related to a lot of illegal purposes, including narcotics. That total being at least $2,413,754.70.
It's a lot of narcotics. What kind of narcotics?
Yeah, like cocaine's not that expensive.
Finally, Your Honor,
$2 million is a lot
Mr.
of.
Murdaugh is pleading to
That's a lot of drugs.
22 GS 4734 count 9, and that represents
Was he having like
taxes for all
parties?
ill-gotten gains. And that
Well, I think they said he
parties?
was doing prescription drugs too. So, but even then, you'd think you'd be able to buy them at wholesale.
$2 million. Did he have
Those are
like a
crimes
shed
for which he's
to
pleading
store all of his
as a result
drugs?
of investigation that's been done here. And Your Honor, there were 101 offenses.
It's a lot of
People
offenses.
might say, why are we resolving this in this manner?
Because he admitted to it. That's
The reason
why.
for that, there are a lot of reasons for that. Ultimately, we're having here
Are
a
those
guilty
Jeff's
plea,
dogs?
in which Mr. Murdaugh is
No,
admitting
my
his
dog.
guilt, and we have
Oh,
gone
that's
to
your
the
dog.
Not my dogs. I'm muted.
The system was-
Yeah.
Oh.
Mr. Murdaugh is waiving
Oh, look, there's
his appellate
Jeff's
rights.
dog. Jeff's
Yeah,
dog's on
strawberry.
Within the
screen.
law, his post-conviction rights, which means for this plea here today, there is certainty, as much as
No,
the
when the
law
mail
will
truck
allow,
comes in the neighborhood, my
that he
dog
will
gets a
serve
conniption fit.
at least 85% of that 27-year sentence if Your Honor ultimately accepts this result. Whatever happens with any other litigation, we ensure
Just a couple more minutes of
the
him.
result here today that Mr. Murdaugh
Then we move on to
will
the victim
stay
impact
in
statements.
state prison for what is most likely the remainder of his life. And that's aside from the 2 life sentences that Your Honor previously imposed upon him. But we have to remember that this result here today is not for the murders. This result
Bush
here
has a
today
very
is for
good
those
point.
white-collar offenses. At 27 years, at
I have a
85%
hot ass mic.
is more
Cool.
than anyone
No, he's already locked
Think
in
about
prison
it.
for
State or
life.
federal,
What justice are we
at some
serving
point
here?
has received for white-collar offenses.
Well, he could technically, if he gets a new trial because of Becky Hill, he could walk on the murder
than
charges,
Carolina investors.
theoretically.
It represents a singular accountability for white-collar offenses, the likes of which no one can find another example, state or federal, throughout the country. It spares
He's getting
a lot
on
of
the
these
soapbox.
smaller
That's how you know
counties
he's almost done.
what Colleton County already had to endure, and that is the expense in some of these smaller counties with less resources of these trials. It spares these victims those trials
Mm-hmm.
and gives them accountability here today. And means that ultimately we can be assured.
Okay, we got to make one quick thing here. Is like Marilyn, she's saying 82 years old isn't life. Well, when he finishes his, like, he does his 27 years for the state financial crimes, they walk him straight down to the nearest federal penitentiary where he begins to serve the lots of time he got for the federal financial crimes. Well, that he already pled guilty to. So, yeah, it's 27 plus his federal
He's gonna
crimes.
die in prison.
Yeah,
Plus
he ain't
murder
going anywhere.
crimes.
He's not going anywhere. But just Don, Soulless Ginger, a member for 12 months, says, y'all are making it hard to lurk. I know, phrasing. You're making it hard. And the DCV Titan with a $5 Canadian super chat. At the rate this guy's going, Alex will get to spend a day at most in prison before the heat death of the universe for the financial crimes. We got about 5-6 minutes left at 1.25 speed, possibly 10. But then we'll be on to the victim impact statements, which we'll watch at regular speed because they're pretty powerful.
That there is an accountability for Mr. Murdaugh solely for the white collar, unlike anything anyone has seen.
No, they've already figured the 85% into the sentence.
State prison.
So they figured the 85% in, and he gets 27 years.
Because these were South Carolina crimes committed in South Carolina courtrooms, just like this one here, in South Carolina state court actions before South Carolina judges, just like you, Your Honor. Those are some of the reasons why this is a unique result, an appropriate result, because although Mr. Murdaugh is facing an accountability just for white-collar offenses, unlike perhaps anyone ever, the course of conduct that we've identified through all of those exhibits lasting for all that time period, involving so many victims in amounts that may have been insignificant to him but were massive to them.
I think Sam Bankman-Fried has words to say to this prosecutor.
The distrust of the legal system that he has caused deserve a singular accountability more than anyone has ever heard of. And that is why this sentence is appropriate. Ultimately, the firm, PMPED, who I mentioned, has been very cooperative with this investigation. The bank has been very cooperative with this investigation.
Yeah, because they, the firm and the bank administrators hope nobody looks really closely at their relationship to Murdaugh.
In investigating this case, we've indicted the individuals that the grand jury found probable cause that there was criminality, which is a different thing from civil liability. And Your Honor knows there's all kinds of civil actions and civil matters that still remain associated with the wreckage and the morass that this man has caused. And that is not, all of that is not for this courtroom here today. This is to resolve criminality. And ultimately, the firm has paid net amounts back to the victims that I've discussed here today. And that is not to say that those victims may still have claims outstanding. It is only to say that they have paid back net amounts. And in many instances, that would be the exact amount that Alex stole from them. Not dealing with other issues that may be out there, like the loss of the money for all that period of time, or the appropriateness of attorney's fees or things like that. Those are for a different forum. The firm has, though, cooperated. The firm has paid those net amounts back to those victims so that none of them are currently empty-handed.
It comes straight out of the firm's partner's back pocket.
Made whole by what this man has done.
And hopefully the medical malpractice people pick it up. I mean, the legal malpractice insurers pick it up.
I'm going to hand up a couple more exhibits.
Well, see, now this is the thing: is I thought he was shitty in the murder trial, but here he's, he's in the right here on this one. He's being a good prosecutor and advocating for this right now. I think he was just a shitty prosecutor during the murder trial. For bringing up the financial crimes, ironically.
Going through a number of those victims, monies that they have paid, those net amounts, other costs to them. And again, this is not to...
I'm not Biden. He's going to shut up in a few minutes.
Just to give Your Honor an example of some of the expenditures that are out there. And I've discussed this with the defense. I'm giving these figures up to Your Honor. But assuming that this plea gets accepted here today, our plan is to ultimately work with the defense and with all the various parties to come up with a figure that is appropriate for a restitutionary amount, even though we all know that in the end, the well is dry, and the well was bled dry by this man.
Well, yeah, he's got to pay lawyers.
This next exhibit details the tax liability and the amounts identified before, representing the loss to the state of South Carolina for the tax revenue. This next exhibit, which was an exhibit at the murder trial as well, exhibit 25, represents the confession of judgment to the Satterfields for $4,305,000. The final two exhibits are sort of summaries of some of that related to the criminality in this courtroom today. And again, I want to be clear, the criminality in this courtroom today is to address the victims for which there were indictments and not to address all the claims that may be out there, all the claims that some of these victims may have, all the claims that the parties may have with each other. That's not the purpose of a criminal proceeding, but this is an effort for today's purposes, for acceptance of this plea, for exposure to the world of the extent of damage wrought by Elliot Murdaugh, to put some numbers on it. And if we look at that first example, if we look at those various factors that I've identified, we see a total of $12,425,254.32. There have been some offsetting claims as it relates to the firm, and even if you account for those, we're looking at $8,548,488.26. To say numbers like that out loud, to detail these involved schemes for this period of time is unique and unprecedented, and calls for a unique and unprecedented sentence of 27 years. Your Honor, I do have a number of victims.
Just 27 years for financial crimes is a very, very long time.
Eric Bland, I believe
What did
Michael
Bernie
right
get?
there is working, this time, I would,
Oh,
with
good
court
question.
permission,
What
allow
did
this
Bernie
victim,
get?
to address the court.
A lot.
Prior to proceeding, we will take a 10-minute recess.
Okay, that's the end of him. We'll
Thank God.
2009, Madoff was
Just going
sentenced
to
to
sleep.
150 years.
Yeah. Well, I guess that's kind of close because he had like 100 years for like the federal crimes, I think. Yeah, so Murdaugh's in the running. All right. So now I got the lawyer for the Slatterfields, Eric Bland, who I think is an absolute dick of a lawyer. I mean, I just don't like him. His presence on Twitter, he's like his weird obsession with Murdaugh, but gotta say he makes a good argument here. As much as I think he's just kind of a dick of a human being, he's a very, very good advocate for the family of the Slatterfields, the housemaid for Murdaugh that they stole the $2.2 million from. Let's.
It's hard to believe someone could do what he did.
Yeah.
What a terrible person. Damn.
Yeah, and again, I mean, as terrible as he is, that doesn't necessarily mean he killed his family. That's
right.
You know, they're
But
separate.
I feel
things.
bad. I feel bad when someone gives me too much change back. You know,
Yeah.
like, and I turn around and go back and give it back.
Yeah.
I just can't even imagine scamming somebody out of injured children out of the money they're owed. It's just crazy.
Or
families of dead children, and
his housekeeper fell down his stairs, and her sons deserved the money, and he didn't give all of them.
Yeah, geez, what a gem this guy is.
Well, let's see. Where are we at here? How long have we been doing this? I can't find my timestamp. What hour and 54? This okay. We've been doing this almost 2 hours. Megan Fox, tell us a little bit about you and grift yourself here.
Oh, well, I'm exhausted. That's I've had a lot of time online recently. I think I'll be taking the weekend off. I may try to write a little more on pjmedia.com the next couple of days. But you can find me on my YouTube channel. It's at Megan Fox Writer, or you can find me at Locals, which is the most fun, meganfox.locals.com. Lots of fun memes. I've been covering the Maya Kowalski trial, which is not even over. There's going to be so much more to cover in this because the defense, J Hatch, is fighting like the devil to keep from paying what they should be paying. And now they're going after jurors' wives. They're going after YouTubers. It's ugly. And it's probably going to get uglier before it's over. So, I'll keep you updated on all of that. The next trial that I see coming up that I'm definitely going to be covering, which is not anytime soon, would be the Koberger case. But other than that, I don't know what else is coming up. But visit me on Locals and you'll find out.
And that's it's medium smart Megan Fox, mediocre in all things. So just in case you're wondering, I promised her that I would have a new intro
did
for
you
her.
upload that?
Yeah, it's my new intro for Megan Fox anytime she's ever here because she's medium smart and all that stuff. This is going to be the new introduction for Megan Fox every time she's on the stream.
I will speak for you, Father. I speak for all mediocrities in the world. I am their champion. I am their patron saint. Mediocrities everywhere. I absolve you. I absolve you. I absolve you. I absolve you. I absolve you all.
No, this is not Megan's new introduction because we already got the copyright warning from YouTube.
No way.
Yeah, that is not Megan's new introduction.
Maybe you should cut it down to just mediocrities everywhere. That would be fun.
Yeah, mediocrities everywhere. I absolve you.
Mediocrities.
Yeah.
I'll take it. That's hilarious.
Yeah, okay. Yeah, that didn't take very long at all. Wow.
No.
It's almost like that was one of the movies that won the most Academy Awards in history or something.
Why do they do that? It's not like you're showing the whole thing. It's like, come on, it's just a clip. Calm down.
Yeah, it's like more than 5 seconds, and they get real pissy.
That was like about what 31 seconds of 51. Wow. All right. Anywho, yeah, we'll adjust that. But that did not take long to get YouTube to give me the ban hammer there. We all right, we're going to jump back into this with the victim impact statements beginning now. But before we do that, as we mentioned, I just found out from you lovely downer people in chat. I mean, I don't mean like Down syndrome. I mean people who like bring the mood down. Telling me that Shane Gowan, Irish legend and lead singer of the Pogues, has passed. So we're going to be breaking out the Irish whiskey here, the Redbreast. We have the Redbreast 12 year. Pour out a glass. That's what Shane would want. I'm pretty sure. Cheers. Rest in peace, Shane. Thank you for the years.
Cheers. Aw.
Whoops.
Don't let the dogs walk through that.
Yeah, I gotta go clean that up now. I was being dramatic. I didn't actually think it would break, but it did. All right. Let's get back to the victim impact statement. So before we do that, though, Lynn Barry has just gifted 5 Legal Vices memberships. Thank you so much, Lynn Barry. If you got one of the 5 Legal Vices memberships, which is Bridget, Eric Wolfkirk, Bifron, Sarah Gould, Daily Quick Bites, and 77 Mechanic, give Lynn Barry a super special thanks. Thank you so much.
Strawberry didn't even move.
Yeah. No.
You
no,
threw
we
a glass across the room, and Strawberry didn't even flinch.
Yeah. Oh,
now we have the he's at it again. It must be Friday. Go back to sleep.
The chat wants an impact statement from the shot glass.
Yeah, it impacted apparently. Yeah. Once we start the victim impact statements, I'll be gone for a couple of minutes. The floor in the hallway is looking sparkly from where I sit. So
Strawberry's like, Dad's going at it again.
Yeah.
Just go back to sleep.
No, he's gonna start hitting us soon. Yeah.
Meetings will continue until morale improves.
Yeah.
Oh man.
Yeah, no, we like bulldogs are just so freaking chill. Right outside my window is this gorgeous bridge, and on the bridge every October they have the largest fireworks display in the entire country.
Oh,
and
really?
you can just hear all the dogs in the neighborhood just losing their shit. And yeah, I mean, I'm just checking the CCTV for the dogs, and they're just sleeping on the sofa like nothing's happening. Meanwhile, like literally, like World War III is going on outside the window.
I love your dogs. They're so chill.
I love the memes where it's got the dog that's in cast in the background, and you just see like these Vietnam photos, just like fireworks going off.
And lol, 12-year whiskey, 12-year-old Irish whiskey. Where's the 18-year-old stuff? I mean, Redbreast 12-year is an absolute amazing whiskey. If you can get the cask strength, that's kind of the creme de la creme. They don't need to have an extra aged whiskey to be good, but the Bushmills, the older Bushmills is good. All right. On that note, let's get back to the victim impact statements. I'm going to pull these down to actual speed because although I'm not a big fan of the lawyer that's going to be giving the impact statement, he does give a pretty powerful statement. Oh, excuse me. I must be having some Redbreast. He does give a very powerful impact statement. I'll give him that. So kudos to him, I guess. As much as it pains me to say, he did a very, very good impact statement. So let's pull that back to normal and go. And we'll fast forward to where they come in. I didn't hit the go. There we go. There's.
Thank you. You may be seated.
It's a nice media sweatshirt.
A lot of personal sacrifice, a lot of ups and downs, and just on behalf of the families that I represent and my partner Ronnie Richter represents, just want to thank you. I also want to thank Attorney General.
I'll be right back.
Yep.
Okay, go get that glass.
Drayton Waters, who is just a tremendous ambassador of justice. They've had a dogged pursuit of Alex Murdaugh in these cases, both the financial and obviously the murder cases. And Creighton is just a tremendous public servant. This day, Your Honor, was coming for 2 years, and we're happy it's here today. I just want you to know that we are satisfied that this is a very, very strong sentence that has been agreed to by the parties. It sends a clarion bell signal to not only attorneys, but to anybody who wants to victimize the vulnerable. This was predatory behavior. This wasn't Enron. It wasn't WorldCom. It wasn't stealing money from faceless people, from shareholders. This was Alex Murdaugh stealing money from those that were closest to him. Gloria Satterfield, who broke bread with him and his family for 22 years, helped raise his kids. Jordan Jenks, that you'll hear from, lifelong friend since they were 8 years old, grew up, played ball together. This is close theft.
What a
This
dick.
is the unicorn of all thefts. And, you know, he's on the Mount Rushmore of all criminals. He hit for the cycle. You know, he's convicted of money laundering, convicting of conspiracy, convicting of fraud. And most importantly,
If the financial
hit the home run,
case
he
was
convicted
tried
of
without
double
the murder,
This
nobody would know
is
this dude.
Somebody that has tarnished our legal profession and tarnished our
Say that
state.
he's on the Mount Rushmore of
And,
financial crimes.
You know,
It's
we
pretty
spent
stupid.
the past 2 years focusing on Mr. Murdaugh, but today is when we focus on the victims and the impact that his actions have had on victims. I met you for the first time at the bond hearing in October of 2021. I had never had the honor of appearing before you. And during that hearing, I said to you that Mr. Murdaugh needs to drink from the same cup of justice that every other criminal defendant has to drink from in our state. And I think today he's getting that full cup. It's served hot. And I'm very proud of what our state has done. But now let's focus on the victims. My partner Ronnie and I have had the pleasure of representing Tony Satterfield and Brian Harriet, along with the siblings of Gloria Satterfield. They've represented Alicia
Hi.
and Hannah Plyler, two sisters that you've heard about that were victimized by Alex Murdaugh. Jordan Jenks We represented Sandra Manning. Nobody ever heard of Sandra Manning. She was the sister of Gloria Satterfield. $28,000 was missing. She was also a victim of Alex Murdaugh. We've represented Blake Hodge. Now, we've heard a lot of cases that talk about money theft, but there's a whole slew of other cases out there that deal with Mr. Murdaugh taking their cases. Blake Hodge was a paraplegic. And guess what he didn't do? He didn't file their cases on time. And case was lost on the statute of limitations. Those are victims too. We've represented Melvick Edwards, who's the father of Hakeem Pickney. We've talked a lot about Mrs. Pickney and Hakeem, but Hakeem had a father, Melvick Edwards. And there are some issues that concern that. So now I'm going to focus on Gloria Satterfield, because that was the trial that we would be doing yesterday. We were going to start this trial. And Gloria, you know, I get very frustrated when I hear that she was just a housekeeper. She was so much more than that. I think Alex would agree she was so much more than that. She helped raise their kids, of Maggie and Alex's kids, Paul and Buster. She was a good woman. She was a good mother to Brian and Tony. And Alex exploited that woman, the woman who was in his house, the woman who helped raise his kids. He exhibited this type of predatory behavior where these people are not as educated as he was and is as a former lawyer. And he knew that they had something valuable.
Nice former lawyer blast.
Their cases were his cases instead of the cases belonging to the client. So I'm going to introduce Brian Harriet. I'm going to introduce Tony Satterfield to the court and to everybody here. They're wonderful kids. They're glorious kids. Brian is a wonderful man, but he's a vulnerable adult. And Alex Murdaugh took advantage of this vulnerable adult. And it gnaws at me. And when I heard Mr. Wooders get up and go through the litany of crimes, I got nauseous. I'm sure I'm not the only one that got nauseous here. And so let's not delude ourselves. He's not just guilty of 22 crimes. He's guilty of all 102 of those crimes. And he will live knowing that he is guilty of those crimes. These boys, these men are wonderful Christian men.
Uh-oh.
Megan?
What happened? What?
You've got to go.
Yeah, I have to go. My little one's about to be home off the bus, so I've got mom things to do. He's got early dismissal today. So I can't hang around with you people as much as I would like to, but I got to go.
Well, thank you for joining us for just a little while. Yeah.
Well, it was nice of you to have me. Thank you very much. And everybody out there, take care. Love you guys. The chat's
cheers
great.
to surprise half days.
Yeah, right? I got the notification on my phone. I'm like, what? That wasn't what I was expecting, but okay. I'll go make him a snack. I'm going to go make him a snack, and then he'll be happy when he gets off the bus.
All right. Thanks for joining us, Megan. You're always
All right.
a pleasure to have. Megan Fox, Megan Fox Writer on YouTube and meganfox.legals.com.
See ya.
Locals. Bye. Wouldn't want to be you. All right. Let's get back to this. Again, like I said, I don't like this guy personally. I think he's a bit of a twat, but this is a damn good impact statement.
While you were cleaning up the glass, he said that Alex Murdaugh is on the Mount Rushmore of financial crimes. I was like, are you insane? If this dude didn't have his two family members murdered and pinned on him, nobody would ever hear of him and his financial crimes.
Yeah, true. But they have. Well, let's get through the rest of his statement here.
But their death of their mother was used to steal, to enrich himself at their expense. And, you know, I heard when he pled guilty, I wasn't in the courtroom a couple weeks ago, he used the words, I wrongfully obtained. That's not wrongfully obtained. He stole. Use the right word. He was a thief. He used the word and said, I misrepresented. No, you didn't misrepresent. You lied. That's what we have to talk about in this courtroom. He was a thief, and he stole and he lied to these clients, those that are closest to him. He lied to his law partners. He lied to his own brother. $3.5 million of the $4.3 million that was recovered on behalf of the death of Gloria Satterfield, he stole, he took. And you heard Mr. Wooders, there's Mrs. Pickney coming in the courtroom. You heard Mr. Wooders say, he stole every dime, everything, every last penny from them. And, you know, I heard it said that, you know, Alex said 2 weeks ago, I'm really happy that I'm finally able to be pleading guilty, that I've been wanting to do this since September of 2021. No, you need to hear, Your Honor, what he has done since September of 2021 in order not to have accountability and in order not to accept responsibility for what he did. When we had the bond hearing, after the bond hearing, his lawyers said in a gaggle that the Satterfields should look to others to get their money. They shouldn't look to Alex, that there's other people that are responsible for that. That was the start. We sued him civilly. He didn't answer the complaint and accept liability and deny damages, which he could have done. He denied liability. From 12/21 through May of 22, we, my partner Ronnie Richter and I, negotiated a confession of judgment, the same confession of judgment that was introduced as, I think, Exhibit 23 by Mr. Wooders for $4.3 million. The money that he stole. He accepted responsibility. Did he? You'll hear in a second. He did not. But took 6 months to get a simple confession of judgment that should have been signed immediately. The murder trial, Mr. Harpootlian, who's a wonderful lawyer, probably one of the best our state has ever produced, denigrated this guy on cross-examination, Tony Satterfield. Disrespected him. That's not a man that's accepting responsibility. That's not Alex Murdaugh accepting responsibility. After the trial ended in March, Mr. Murdaugh tried to add these two men to the federal court Nautilus action as party defendants. And it was said that if Nautilus wants any money, don't get it from Mr. Murdaugh. You got to get it from these guys, because Mr. Richter and I, we recovered money, more than $7.5 million for them, but from other sources. If that wasn't enough, and Judge Gergel denied that motion, that wasn't enough to stop him. In the summer, they filed a motion to vacate the confession of judgment that he gave to them in May of 2022. He signed his name. He had two really good lawyers help him negotiate the terms. It was notarized under penalty of perjury. But then he went and filed a motion in our state court trying to vacate that confession of judgment.
Bush, he's a state senator.
Judge Price.
He's not a U.S. senator. He's a state senator.
Wrote an order that said, not happening. You gave it freely, voluntarily, without coercion or duress. You're a smart man. You knew what you were doing. Did it end there? No. They appealed it. They appealed that. Did it end there? No. We were supposed to have a trial, but for his plea 2 weeks ago. What happened next? They attacked the jury pool in Beaufort County. Incapable of being objective and fair because of all the publicity, the pretrial publicity. They didn't end it there. They attacked you. They filed a motion to recuse you from hearing the Satterfield case, saying
because he has a right to appeal, he's no longer
given your time, your sweat, and your blood, that you were conflicted, that you made any appropriate statements out of court. So the answer is no. He didn't want to do that in September of 2021, like he said 2 weeks ago, or was said in the courtroom. They did everything they could not to do it. But the calendar forced the plea. The 102 charges forced the plea. And there was all this about pretrial publicity, that somehow I caused pretrial publicity and others and people who wrote about it and podcasters or whatever. Boy, is that rich. The defense attorney himself's a podcaster. He started a podcast after the murder trial. They went to CrimeCon and they talked for 2 days about the case. They've done press conferences. They've done documentaries. They've gone on TV. If there's any pretrial publicity, it's caused in part by them. And they still came before you to say that Mr. Murdaugh couldn't get a fair trial. These victims' lives have been permanently altered. Let's focus on them. These are people that lost their mother, that lost their sister. The Plyler sisters lost their mother and brother. Arthur Badger lost his wife and was left to raise 5 kids. And you heard $1.3 million. He didn't get that money for 10 years. Do you know what it would have meant to that man to raise 5 kids with an additional $1.3 million? Thomas Moore, that Mr. Wooders talked about, a state trooper. He stole $125,000 from a state trooper. The man needed the money to retire. He couldn't retire because he had to pay back medical bills because he didn't have the $125,000.
Please, George, Your Honor, I hate to interrupt this, especially since I'm one of the best lawyers the state's ever produced. But he's talking about other people's clients now. I'd ask the court restrict him to his clients. Thank you.
Ooh, just hoot.
These clients couldn't assess risk.
Hoot, just let it go.
These 2 men couldn't assess risk. They couldn't navigate their way through the system. Even though Jordan Jenks is a council member in Hampton County, he couldn't navigate his way through the system. He was best friends with Alex since 8 years old. Alex would have been the last person that Jordan would have thought would reach into his pocket and steal from him. He preyed on them like a wolf does a rabbit, Your Honor. Being a lawyer is everything to my partner and me. 35 years we've spent helping people. Every one of these lawyers here, Jim May, Justin Bamberg, Mark Tinsley, we do it because we love to help our clients. It's a sacred trust. None of us ever look at our client's case as a piggy bank. He did it for 16 years. Now, I even disagree with the state. The state tags the number at $8.5 million. No, the federal government tags it at $10.5 million he stole. It isn't a white-collar crime. It's a red-collar crime. It's a red-collar crime because it includes lack of remorse, just a systematic pattern of taking from clients, taking from the Satterfields, taking from the Jenks, taking from the Plylers, taking from the Mannings. It never stopped. The only reason it stopped was because of the boating accident, or it would have continued. Every client was transactional. And he has done more damage to our profession. All the lawyer jokes that we lie, we steal, we double deal, we go back in chambers with you, and we cut deals behind our clients' back. He sent us back generations. Our state was a laughing stock.
This is the only part I disagree. Don't make it about the lawyers. Keep it with the victims, Eric.
So now the Satterfields have a judge.
Lawyers will be okay.
It's in stone.
I mean,
They
lawyers
withdrew
have
their appeal.
they're known for quote unquote
Clients
ambulance
want the money,
chasing.
Mr. Murdaugh.
Like,
When
of
you
course
pay.
they're chasing clients
They
for
want that
money,
$4.3
but
million.
it's just the ethics of, are you
Yeah.
stealing it from the client or earning
Yeah.
it through representation?
I
Yeah.
will never forget the words you used at the end of the murder sentence about how he will get visitors at night. It pierced me. And I'm here to tell you that Gloria Satterfield will visit him. That Alania Plyler and Hannah Plyler's mother and brother will visit him. All these people will visit him and let him know that it wasn't okay, that he that he used their trust and misused their trust, that he stole money from them. He will see them and they will visit him, and I hope they do. Because not only did he hurt these people, he hurt his whole family. There's good in his family. Not everybody's bad in his family. He hurt his son. He tarnished his son. His father's a thief, a liar, a conspirator, and a money launderer. So, in closing, I would like to thank you, Your Honor, for all the time you've given. I'd like to thank, again, the state. I want you to know that I am proud of the sentence. Yes, I wish it was more. We all wish it was more. But 27 years doing 85% of his time so that these fine people don't have to get up on the stand and be victimized over and over again, subjected to humiliating cross-examination. I think the finality of that is good because I'm confident in a lot of the dominoes falling where they should. Don't forget, Judge Gergel still has a sentence coming, and it could be a consecutive sentence, so that if he lives long enough to get out of state court for forgetting about the double murder charge, but if he lives long enough and he walks out of state court and it's a consecutive sentence, he's going to walk to a federal prison. And I feel good that he will never breathe a fresh breath of air ever again. So on behalf of my clients, Your Honor, I thank you for giving me the opportunity. I think my partner wants to say just a very brief word. I appreciate your time.
Sir, thank you.
That's
going to a Supermax.
I mean, as much as I don't like the guy, that was a strong statement.
I'm Ronnie Richter. I've been a lawyer in good standing of the bar of the state for 30 years now, Your Honor. I'm also a lifetime South Carolinian. What I want you to know about the clients that we represent is that they are the very best of us, that they are humble, that they're God-fearing, that they're honest, that they're hardworking. I've had a great career, but this has been the highlight of my career to try to restore some faith that was destroyed by that man in the clients that we serve. I want you to know this too about the clients that we serve. None of them are victims. And I've heard the word said over and over. I'm even going to disagree with my partner. We don't have a victim in this courtroom. The word connotes that some accident has happened, that some misfortune has befallen them, that they are not victims. Prey, Your Honor. Prey is hunted. Prey is hunted by predators.
That's a
Prey
strong
is taken
statement
when
too.
it's at its most vulnerable. But by any way of looking at what happened here, the people we represent are not victims. They are prey. And that man across the courtroom, by any measure.
They're speaking on behalf of the
When I say to you
families
that these
in most of
people
these
represent the best of
situations.
us, and I look across the aisle and I see Alec there, who was once a contemporary of ours. All I can think to myself is, for all the power, the privilege, the entitlement that he was born into, that, I mean, for God's sake, all that was ever asked of the man is that you wake up and be Alec Murdaugh every day. To have taken it so afoul is hard to reconcile. He's made his behavior complicated, but we figured out what he's done. He's tried to hide his true nature from us, but we figured out who he is. So the only question we're left with is why. And I'll suggest to the court this answer. It doesn't matter, because the only person who can answer that question is Alec Murdaugh, and he's demonstrated himself to be quite the cunning liar. Your Honor, in the opening, I heard Mr. Arputlian say something about T-shirts and bobbleheads, and that is unquestionably a shot at my partner, Eric Bland, and I do want to address that to the court. I want you to know, Your Honor, that my partner has gained some very well-deserved notoriety for his courageous representation of our clients. and that, yes, he has sold T-shirts and other merchandise, and that all of those proceeds have gone to charities, including the Wounded Warrior Project and others. No one came here today to sell a T-shirt. We came here today to finish a job. We came here today for justice. And we trust you, Your Honor, and we trust this court. We thank Creighton Walters and his excellent team for the work they've done in this case. Thank you.
Thank you.
Tony Satterfield would just like to say a brief word.
Yes, sir. Mr.
Morning,
Satterfield.
Your Honor.
Now, this guy, I mean, seriously, this is a hell of a statement. Again, this is the son of the made Satterfield. He's the one they were saying was the adult with disabilities in the family. This is a statement.
I do have one request. Do you mind if I face that way?
That'd be fine.
Because when I talk to people, I like facing who I'm talking to. Thank you. I really don't have words. You lied. You cheated. You stole. You betrayed me and my family and everybody else. And you did it at a cost of my mom's death, first of all. A couple Octobers ago, you wrote a half-hearted, I'm sorry letter, which was half-hearted because your actions did not follow through that you were really sorry. So I'm going to read you. I have an apology. I'm sorry that you feel like you had to betray us, steal from us, cheat us, and lie to us. I'm sorry that your family has to now go through what they're going to have to go through the rest of their life because of your actions, of what you did. But I want you to know that I forgive you. I will pray for you every day, that God get the hold of your heart. And you may not know the gospel, so I'm going to share it with you. The gospel is the death, the burial, and resurrection of Jesus. That's how people are able to forgive people and able to do right and able to pray for those who hurt them and do things to them. So my heart is with you. My prayers are with you, and I just wish the best for you.
That was a powerful statement right there.
Yes, ma'am.
Hi, Your Honor. If you allow me to speak, and again, I'd like to address it to
Oof.
if that's okay.
Okay, a little louder, please.
I would
See,
like to
normally
speak
they don't
and
let you
address it
talk
fully.
directly to, you're supposed to talk to the judge and tell him how you're
Can you hear me?
affected. Normally they don't let you talk to the convicted person. So I mean, giving Ms. Satterly's son the permission to talk directly to Alex and tell him, and I mean that deal about I'm sorry that you felt you had to steal from it. I mean that, and now she gets permission to talk directly to him too.
No, speak on it, please.
Can you hear me now? Hear me
Yes.
now? Now you hear me? Okay. Alec, Gloria worked very hard for you for 20 years, you and your family. She loved Buster and Paul as her own. She loved Maggie, and she trusted and loved you wholeheartedly. She considered you and your family as her own family. To have her loyalty and love and trust betrayed by you is very hard for our family to understand. We just will never understand. And how you were able to profit from her death is especially hard for us to understand and cause unimaginable hurt to our family. The fact that if only you had given Tony and Brian just a very small portion of the money you stole from them, they would have appreciated it and been very happy while thinking that you had kept your word, done your legal duty, and looked out for them and their best interest. Instead, you chose to break the law that you had sworn to uphold, be greedy, and look out for your own best interest. Alec, in time, the wrong you did to so many people may be forgotten, but in hopes that Gloria and her pure heart, full of kindness and love, will not be forgotten, we started the Gloria's Gift Foundation in honor of Gloria and her memory by providing gifts to some needy children during Christmas so that Gloria will be remembered forever. And my heart goes out not only to my family, but today to hear all these families that you did wrong by, those children that you stole from, everything. They lost a mother, and you stole every dime from them. I just don't understand. Did you not have a soul? I don't get it, Alec. I can't understand it. And I thank God maybe that I don't understand it, because then I might be in the same situation as you. I just don't get it. And I guess I never will get it. So hopefully God will forgive you, because you're going to need forgiveness. I just don't know. I'm lost for words, Alec. You are not the person that I thought I knew. And you come from a good family, but you wasted your life. And I hate you did to family the way you did, because you do come from a good family. And I'm sorry you threw your life away. Thank you, Judge, for allowing me to address.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you.
And thank you for the state for everything y'all did for us. Find justice.
That's on behalf of the Saturday.
Thank you.
Governor, I believe next person to address the court will be Justin Bamberg, who represents a number of the victims here, including Miss P, Sergeant Thomas, Angel Gary, Jamie and Richard, Johnny Bush, Christopher Anderson, and Randy Draughty. Mr. Bamberg.
May it please the court.
Yes, sir.
Thank you, Your Honor. Beside me is Miss Pamela Pinckney, and she would like to say just a couple of words. I'm reminded of a quote.
This guy gives a good
I think
statement
it's very
too.
fitting for today. It's that fairy tales don't tell children that dragons exist. Children already know that dragons exist. Fairy tales show children that dragons can be slayed. This process, from the beginning of the investigation through the state grand jury process, as Attorney Waters said earlier, a lot of people were afraid to participate, and it took courage. That grand jury process, this entire criminal justice process, not even thinking about the civil stuff, the criminal justice process, this has been the fairy tale. The children are the victims. It's the victims' family members. It's their closest friends. It's the people in our communities, whether you're talking about Colleton County, where some of the charges were pending, or Beaufort, or Hampton, or Allendale, or Bamberg, or Orangeburg, those communities, the children. Today is such an important day because these victims, their loved ones, the community members, everyone knew that dragons existed. They've seen it. They watch TV, they read the newspaper. Everybody knew that dragons existed. Today, this sentence, Your Honor, will show all of them that dragons can be slayed. And that is important in our society. With regards to the sentence, and it's tough to reach a decision and talking with the clients and explaining them what the options are, we support the sentence. It is a lot of time in the quote unquote legal white collar arena. But there's another aspect to this. And I understand, I get it. I think my clients, the victims, understand that this entire ordeal for a lot of people, not just in our communities in South Carolina, across the planet, this entire ordeal has been very entertaining to them.
I need to pause this here real quick because IT Goatee has to take off here and leave. So we'll let him. And anything to Grift in particular? Where are you going to point us? What do you want? What do we need to know about you? Are you there, IT?
Oh, my bad. Yeah,
Oh, there you are.
I really didn't have a desire to be an internet personality until I kind of thrust myself into it. So the only thing I really point to people to is I just rebranded my Twitter profile to @ITGoatee, so you can hang out with me there.
And anytime Megan Fox has an issue, look for
Right.
IT guy to fix him, to fix it and make her IT problems go away. Hey,
Yep.
thank you for joining us tonight.
Yeah, no
Or, well,
worries.
it's tonight for me. I guess it's early morning for you. So,
Yeah, it's almost midday now.
Yeah.
Yeah, appreciate it,
thank-
Jeff.
Whatever the times are, thanks for being here.
Yep. Take care.
Thanks. And all right, we'll talk to you soon. Take care. Bye. All right, let's get back to Little Richard giving the impact statement here.
And I don't say that in a negative light. They're not involved. It wasn't their mother who died. They didn't have to bury their son.
We got a Viking raid.
There's a reason Law and Order is not one of the #1 most watched shows.
Nicholas, thanks.
That's ever been on television. It is entertaining to them. But for a lot of people, this has been one of the worst nightmares, the worst fairy tale that anybody could ever actually have to live. And it needs to come to an end. Again, one of the most amazing things that I've seen from my clients is the degree of grace. What's the saying? Act justly, love mercy, and walk humbly with your God. And a lot of them live by that. There are people who would have every reason and right to hate this man for betraying them, for what he did to their families. It's not just
good
about
point.
money.
Good point,
It's not
Ghostery.
just names on a piece of paper or commas and decimal points. This was money that they needed for their lives. I believe.
Oh, that's a
there were
good point,
victims who
yeah.
ended up getting put out on the street when their money got taken. If they had a reason to hate him or hate anybody, they would be justified. But the degree of grace and mercy that they have displayed by forgiving him, because that is their religious belief, and they stand on that. They don't just say that. They don't just do what Alec did and say, I have your back, or say this and do something else. They stand on that. And although they have every reason to be selfish as it pertains to the pursuit of accountability, the pursuit of justice against an individual who
Man, this is a
truly does
good
not
this is a
deserve
good speech.
grace from the criminal justice system, does not deserve any benefits from the criminal justice system, they're still willing to think about other people. And Your Honor, you know I come from Bamberg County. We're one of the smallest, poorest counties in this state, filled with good, hardworking people, much like all of the people that Alec victimized. Folks in Hampton County, folks in Allendale County, where literally you try to wake up, do the best you can do, keep a roof over your head, food in your fridge, and a couple of presents under the tree at Christmas time. These victims are also thinking about those communities, their neighbors. The reality is that if Alec were to have individual trials on all of these charges, these victims' neighbors and friends and community members would also begin to suffer, because those local governments, poor little Bamberg County, Allendale County, Hampton County, they're the ones who have to pay for it. The victims recognize that. I, as an attorney, recognize that. And based on the plea and the time that Alec is going to be sentenced, we understand. And there is a degree of value in finality. There is a degree of value for not just these victims, but these communities and the criminal justice system to be able to actually see
Hey, Nicholas.
the dragon be slayed in this courtroom and sentenced to prison for what will effectively be the rest of his natural life. It's no secret how tough SCDC is. People generally age a lot faster in there. And that's not something I celebrate. I don't say this excited and happy to be here. As a lawyer, I hate looking at Alec and seeing a former attorney sit there. I hate it. I hate to see somebody from our neck of the woods sit there. I don't celebrate that. This process has sucked. If it wasn't for the commitment to shining light on things and standing up for folks like Ms. Pinckney and others who needed it, I personally don't know how I would have made it through the process, because it's not enjoyable. And I don't think any decent person celebrates the downfall of another living, breathing human being, particularly somebody that they knew.
This is a humble man.
But it's necessary. This has been a horrible, tragic, sorrow-filled fairy tale. And I think everybody's ready for it to come to an end, Your Honor. We'd like to thank Creighton Waters and the AG's office. They've done a wonderful job. And Your Honor, if it wasn't for the encouragement that Creighton and his team poured into people to let them know that the state had a true interest in accountability, I think that there would be far less charges, because people wouldn't have wanted to testify at the grand jury or have their name public or their face public. And there's a lot to be said for that. Today will make our system better. It will bring closure. And ideally, it will deter others. There's a whole nother discussion that can be had with regards to the fact that 27 years in prison is a very, very large, as you heard, if not the largest amount of time someone labeled a white-collar criminal could get in prison. But that's more so of a American criminal justice system discussion compared to some of the other offenses. But here today, I think that is a win. My clients support finality here. And I'd just like to thank you for all your time and attention that you have given this particular case. And at this point, I think Ms. Pinckney has something that she would like to say. Ms. Pinckney.
Good afternoon.
I think that was the most powerful statement amongst all the witness statements. I mean, that was just pure humility from another lawyer going, and I mean, when he said this situation sucks, I mean, that said a lot. Hey, Nicholas, welcome.
Thank you.
Are you on a thug lunch break now, or what's the deal?
No, we've finished off the final 2 hours from yesterday because there's no court day today.
Oh, they don't do courts on Friday?
At least not this Friday.
I was going to join you after this. Oh, well.
Yeah, but which I can be here for half an hour, then I have to go do some shopping, and because I'm almost out of beer again, which is a constant problem in this household for some odd reason. I think it's Mr. Jingles. He secretly opens my beer and pours them out. I don't know. And prepare for my finally Friday stream later today.
Yeah, well, if you weren't aware, Alex Murdaugh pled guilty to 22 of the 101 crimes. They reached a plea deal. He pleads guilty to 22 of them, gets 27 years, and then he goes and serves his federal financial crimes after that. And these are just the victim impact statements before the judge hands down, just deletes him with a ban hammer.
And for this, I mean, as he just said, it's the largest amount of time anyone has served in that court for white collar crimes. Because what's her face? She could stole billions. She got 13 years, 11 years, 13 years, and she stole billions.
Mm-hmm.
And Murdaugh gets 27 for millions. I know it sounds really harsh, but compare those two, who is the most evil one? I would say she is. Because she actively, her decisions actually killed people. Now you can make an argument for Alec Murdaugh ending people, not in the white collar things.
Porcelain Thunder. Does IKEA beer come flat packed and you need to put it together? They just give you like some hops, some barley, and a plastic bottle.
Then you shake it a bit, put a straw in it.
That's funny. But no, that's the problem with white collar crimes in general. I mean, unless it's somebody embezzling something from their own mega billion-dollar company, it's always somebody taking something from people who have nothing.
Yeah.
It's either like Alec Murdaugh here, where you're just like screwing people out of something that should be theirs and you steal it, or you plunder the little old ladies of their life savings and shit like that. I mean, so I mean, literally, like the white collar crimes are heinous crimes.
Yeah.
I mean, if you know Skippy steals money from Microsoft, I don't give a fuck. Good for him for trying, you know, as far as I'm concerned.
Yeah, but then you have all these Bitcoin scammers, who actively takes. I mean, people get bankrupt from these scammers.
Yeah, it's just. I mean, it's like when you rob vulnerable old people or other people just looking desperately for a way to get ahead in life.
Yeah.
Or these people who lost 3 children in a family, people whose mother died, other people who were injured and their wife died in an accident, and you just fucking steal their money.
Yeah. If most, just as a comparison, most murders are spontaneous.
Yeah.
And they get life in prison.
Yeah.
Alec Murdaugh here planned and executed for years these scams.
Yeah.
There's an argument to make that white-collar crimes should be punished much harsher. Because they actively ruins dozens, hundreds, thousands of lives.
I mean, that's kind of the thing. I mean, you've got the people saying like, and 27 years is a huge amount of money to serve for a financial crime.
Yeah.
But on the other hand, you stole upwards of $20 million from dead mothers, wives, husbands, children.
Yeah.
I mean, it should be a lot more than that, but it isn't.
Yeah.
But again, I mean, even if he somehow gets everything thrown out on the murder trial, he's not leaving because he's an old guy. He's my age, a little bit younger. And he serves 27 mandatory years of this. Then he walks down the street and goes into federal pen for a bajillion years for the federal crimes.
Yeah.
He's not leaving. He's not going to see a free day for the rest of his life. But and people say, well, why do we do this? He's already serving 2 consecutive life sentences for murder because these families need closure for the shit that he did to them.
Yeah.
And I will just I know he did this because he's confessed to this shit, but I don't think he did the murders. And I mean, that's the thing he's maintaining through the whole thing. Yeah, I did all of this horrible civil shit, but I didn't kill my family.
Yeah. And for me, I don't really care how much evidence there is. It's one piece of evidence that is also there, and that is the positioning of the phones.
Yeah.
And for me, you can have staple evidence, but that piece of evidence tells me they were not at the same place when she died. Does it mean he wasn't involved? I don't know. But that was the prosecution's case. He pulled the trigger himself. But the phone positioning says otherwise for me.
Well, let's go here to continue the victim impact statements. But I just want, I mean, this lawyer's statement I think was the most powerful of all. I mean, it was just humble. It was straight from the heart. Just that Southern Christian. Just it's like these victims are they're such good people. They're like, I'm sorry he felt he had to take advantage of it. I mean, damn, that takes a lot. To apologize for being a victim.
Yeah. And I know there's been a lot of the Good Old Boys Club. Well, look at Miss Becky and her son. What's going on now? It seems like the Good Old Boys Club is still working in that county.
Yeah. Well, let's go.
Your Honor.
Good afternoon.
To Mr. Murdaugh, because I am an ordained evangelist and I have Christ in my life. The 23rd Psalm says, Thou preparest the table before me. No, the Lord is my shepherd. I shall not want. He maketh me to lie down in green pastures. He leads me beside the still waters. Yea, though I walk through the valley of the shadow of death, I will fear no evil, for thou art is with me. Thy rod and thy staff, they comfort me. Surely goodness and mercy shall follow me all the days of my life. And because of what you did to me, I thank God for giving me strength to get through what I went through. Because without God, I wouldn't be here. And to you, Alex Murdaugh, I never thought that you would betray me and did me and my family the way we did, the way it was done at a vulnerable time in our life, at our lowest estate. We was in a terrible motor vehicle accident, and you just took us for granted. But all I want to say to you is I forgive you from my heart. On this day and forevermore, my prayers and endeavors shall be with you, and God bless you.
I have nothing to do with this guy, and I can't forgive him.
Yeah.
I don't know where that comes from.
Sometimes I envy these evangelists, how they can find that in them, because I have a hard time.
Well, that was like I don't know if you're familiar with Dennis Miller, the comedian from Saturday Night. He was on Saturday Night Live and whatnot. He was a comedian, and he said he was on a plane it was full of like some people going to like a Baptist religious revival camp. And he said, do you know what it's like to be the only person that cares if this plane crashes? And I mean, this is where these people get this strength. I have zero idea. Unhung Hero, thank you so much for the $2 super chat. This is causing my brain water to lose IQ points. Yeah, enough of the brain water. Bleh. And Byfront says Murdaugh done well for himself and still had to steal. That's what this last lawyer, the Little Richard lawyer, was saying. That all he had to do, and I guess it was the guy before him. He said the only thing, all he had to do was wake up in the morning and be Alex Murdaugh. That's all he had to do, and he couldn't do that.
Yeah, because he made so much money. And still. Yeah.
Our next person to address the court will be Mr. Martin Tinsley.
Good afternoon, Your Honor. The longer I do this, the more I realize I don't know.
I think this is 84 pack a day smoker guy.
I don't practice in this courtroom in terms of criminal defense cases.
Or maybe it is. I don't know.
I don't understand why the label of a white collar crime is given to these crimes, to the predatory acts that befell all of these people.
Nope, not
the
him.
money that they were owed was owed
Oh,
His
that's the guy
blood,
who gave
sweat,
$1,000 to another
Two
witness.
people needed his money.
Don't talk to me about ethics, you
Badgers, who I
piece of
represent.
yeah.
6 children, 2, 3, 5, 8, 9, and 11 are left with a single father. He stole everything. And so I stand up here to say that I believe in accountability. I don't know that justice is served here, and I don't know that the punishment in this case is justified, and I don't want to be the odd man out. So I'll just keep it to myself and think it. Alec, you're a broken person. I don't think you're going to lie in bed at night and have people come to you. I don't think that those people matter. And I don't know when that happened, but clearly it happened where you matter more. And I feel bad for you as a result.
Yeah, he's a dodgy guy.
I knew
He's
Paul,
yeah.
I knew you. A lot of people thought they knew you. Clearly we didn't. I don't think you've always been this way, but somewhere along the way, you became broken. And you've justified it. And he's justified it every step of the way. And I stand up here, Your Honor, to simply correct the record. They didn't steal $1.325 million from my clients. The bank didn't help. The bank was complicit in every step of the way in enabling Alec Murdaugh to steal and pull this off. You asked about Eddie Smith. Eddie Smith was a check cashing scheme. Eddie Smith was being paid to cash checks, but that money is still out there, and he knows where it is. He didn't spend all that money on drugs. If he wants to be accountable, he wants to be contrite, he ought to tell these people where their money is. That's not going to happen. The same as he's not going to lay in bed at night and think about the wrongs and feel sorry for what he did. I don't envy you in having your job and the decisions you make. I recognize that there's value in finality. And maybe this is the right decision. I respect Your Honor. I respect the system. I stand up here merely to correct the record that my people have not been made whole. We are going to continue to seek accountability from the people that enabled him, that helped him, that were complicit in the thefts of their money. And so that's the reason I'm here today. Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you.
Our final person to address the court is Mr. Jordan James.
Evening, Your Honor.
Hello.
Okay.
First of all, I want to say
This is the guy that I don't want to screw out of a lot of money.
I admire what you did. Mr. Alex.
Yeah, he could rip your
I've been waiting on this
tongue
day.
out from your rear end.
I've been waiting on this day to look in your eyes. I wanted to sit down with you one-on-one. When I found out what you did, just wonder why. I can say, oh, excuse me.
Put your phone away, woman.
Oh, that's so disrespectful. Woman,
Unlike a lot of
this
She's
is
probably
not-
she's probably pressed, but stop it.
I got a lot of intimate stuff that I could say. You remember all those wildlife hunts I had for law enforcement? Your entire family was the guest of honor. Mr. Buster, Judge Eldroff insisted on me taking care of them for the day. You don't know how many brownie points you got in my life from just that. I trusted you with everything. I knew I was going to break. I knew.
I trusted you with
Black,
everything.
Can you reposition his mic so I can understand?
I trusted you with everything. Ugh.
I knew I was going to break. Excuse me. Excuse me. I knew I was going to break. But I got some notes here. I don't even know if I can go through. Our family got a deep relationship, man. You remember making a comment to me after I found out, after we discussed the possible amount this lawsuit was worth, and you made a comment to me, and you said, don't spend all this money foolishly. Tell me what you did with $20 million that you stole. Part of it being mine. And you know, I'm sitting there crying. I want everybody to know, Judge, I need you to know. I'm not crying because of what he stole from me. I'm crying for what he did to everybody in the suit. These kids, these people dying. I didn't want to come up here and bash you, but I gotta ask you, what kind of animal are you? I can't even go over my notes. I'm not here to be your judge. Ultimately, that belongs to the good Lord and Savior. But may He have mercy on your soul. I didn't want to see you. When I saw you on TV in an orange jumpsuit, it hurt me. Still wasn't mad at you. Was this judicial system put together a system to deal with people that make bad choices? And my friend, you chose to make the choice you made. So I need the judge to know that I am full favor. I am in full favor of the court's recommendation for the 27 years. I can go back to us going to mediation. That you affected my wife. You chose to have Maggie deal with us those 2 days we were in Charleston in mediation. She catered to us hand and foot. You told me where to go and check into my room. We did. From that point, we never drove another foot. Neither did you. Maggie drove us everywhere we went. When all this came about, Paul, and Maggie, I couldn't believe it. I didn't believe it. But after sitting here today and hearing some of the devious things that you did to people, these victims here, changed my mind, bro. Once again, I ask you, what kind of animal are you? Boy, I gave you my all. I would do the money you stole from me. You could have asked me for it, and I would have gave it to you if that's how I felt about you and your family. You didn't have to steal it from me, man. And I still, if there's any way possible, you set it up for me to be on your visitation list. I want to sit down with you. I want to look you in your eyes and talk to you when I can really talk to you. We got some intimate things we can talk about. Why, bro? Why? Such a talent. Do you know what you just threw away? How talented you are? I don't understand. Mr. Harpoonian, nothing to do with you, but you made a comment earlier about attorneys trying to sell bobbleheads and cups. Can you represent this man to sell those bobbleheads and cups to repay the victims that he stole from? Thank you.
Wow. That's powerful, man. That's some powerful testimony right there. Yeah, I see. And honestly, I mean, Nick, I'd be interested to hear your thoughts because me as a lawyer myself, someone in the same profession, honestly, I mean, it sounds weird to say, but I don't care if he killed his wife and kid. What he did to these families financially, that son of a bitch doesn't deserve to ever see the light of day again. Like 27 years being I understand it's a very, very large sentence in the grand scheme of things, but it's not nearly enough for what he did to these people.
No, what do you call it? If you can give all the years consecutively, do it.
Yeah.
Because 27 years, that means he would be somewhere between 75 and 80 when he gets out. And he can...
then he's got to go do his federal time.
Yeah.
But I mean, as a lawyer, as an officer of the court, as someone in the same profession, people put their trust in us.
Yeah.
To try to make things better for them, to try to help them out.
Yeah.
And not only to betray that trust, but to literally, in some cases, get millions of dollars and then turn to those people that you're their last and only hope and say, sorry, we didn't get anything. And you fucking steal every fucking penny from them.
Yeah.
You're a labor lawyer. I mean, you represent what, the unions or who? I mean, mostly, or
I represent the members of union when needed,
so these are the people that get hurt. These are the people that get injured. These are the people that have the industrial illnesses and the accidents and these things. And, I mean, this is a guy that's like stealing, and that would be like you going, okay, you had this horrible occupational injury. We'll do our best. Oh, I'm sorry we lost. Meanwhile, secretly you're pocketing millions.
I can't get into my mind how to have that mindset.
Yeah.
Because the people who sits down in front of me are about to lose their job, is about to lose their house because they lose their job. These are the people I represent. These are people who lose fingers, who loses limbs. And the company they work for are doing everything to avoid paying out what they owe. And I'm the one person who stands between them having nothing and having something.
Yeah.
And I can't... Now I just can't... It's not in my mindset to even... The thought to rip these people off has never crossed my mind. And I've been in million-dollar litigations. I don't care about the money.
Yeah.
Because I'm doing good. I get paid. I'm doing good. So...
Well, in Sweden, do you work on contingency fees for like a percentage of the recovery or success fees or things like that?
I'm salaried.
Well, I know like in England, it's illegal to work on contingency fee, as I understand it. But are there people that work for like a percentage of the recovery in Sweden, or is it just strictly hourly or salary?
Well, civil cases, lawyers get paid, but they mostly have their hourly fee. Not
so in
really.
the cases where they work on for a percentage of the recovery, what would be a normal percentage?
I'm not into that area, but I've heard numbers between 20 to 25%.
Okay. In America, it's about 1/3, so about 33%. normally. In Korea, it's about 10%. More than that seems kind of usurious, but they were saying earlier before you got here that some of his fee arrangements were 40% of the recovery. And he still felt the fucking need to steal the entire recovery.
Yeah. And when you're that greedy with your contingency and your fee and everything, maybe that should tell people, okay, this is what because then it takes cases which people have, they either have nothing or something. And on occasions, he gave them something and kept the rest. I don't get it.
And the something he gave was a fraction, a tiny fraction of what was going on. But let's hear from the next witnesses, and then I hear that. Oh,
I have to
time
pop
for you to
off.
leave. It's time for you to
I have
leave
to
already,
leave.
is it?
Yeah.
All right.
Yeah.
Nicholas,
But,
thank you for being here, brother.
Yeah, no worries. And if you can, join me later for Finally Friday. It's around midnight my time. And I will be going on until my liver gives up.
Send me the link.
Yeah, I'll send you the link. All right. Thank you all. See you around.
Have a good evening. Take care.
Bye-bye.
Bye. All right. Thank you, Nicholas. Go to Nicholas Starov and subscribe to him. Now, I'm going to push play here. Then I got to go take care of the dogs. I hear them getting into things they shouldn't be getting into. So I'll be right back. Hang tight.
Your Honor, that is all of the victims that wanted to address Your Honor today. I've obviously already spoken extensively. I know that we need to get to the defense and might have some final closing comments, but I will say this, Your Honor. I appreciate these folks speaking. I appreciate Mr. Bland and Mr. Richter passionately expressed. I appreciate and was blown away by Tony and his words. I appreciate so much Mr. Bamberg's words, putting in perspective some of the considerations that we have to consider in slaying the dragon, and having not only Mr. Bland, but Mr. Bamberg and Mr. Tinsley, having been there at the beginning of this investigation. I appreciate Mr. Bamberg putting in context the effect that these trials have on communities and have on the
Hey guys, I'm going to bump
I understand
old Jim. Is that his name? I'm going to bump him up to 1.25 speed.
27 years and 85% enough. I understand you. I've wrestled with that over and over again as we thought about that. But we also have to realize the real human cost to multiple trials, because while this has become TV, it's not. It's not about that. It's not about trials to generate content. It's not about the notoriety. What it's about is getting justice like it's never been seen before, in a situation like it's never been seen before. And doing that in a manner that doesn't break the system in this county or other counties, and allows the state grand jury and law enforcement to focus on the next dragons that need to be slain. And there's a lot of them. Is 27 years enough?
No.
I believe it's a practical life sentence, and I believe, like I said before, it's a unique sentence that no one's ever heard of for these types of offenses. But I echo what Mr. Tinsley said, and I understand his reservations, but I echo what he said when we talk about white-collar crime, because the effects are devastating. And I've handled a lot of white-collar crime, and I see those effects, and you've heard it in the voices of these victims, and I've seen it in looking at their eyes. Because a lot of times with the violent crime, as horrible as they are, at some point, you can process that some horrible predator broke in your house and did something to you. And it wasn't anything that you did. But with white-collar crime, it can be so devastating, lifelong devastating, because a lot of times that money can never be repaid. But the problem is that they start with trust. And that's different than being victimized in violent crime. And sometimes that can be harder, a lifelong scar that can be harder because of that trust that you placed in someone. So I agree with Mr. Tinsley, and we have always taken very strong positions on white-collar crime. And ultimately, there's a happy medium somewhere. There's nothing happy about the situation, but there's a medium somewhere. I think that you've heard
Is Waters' first name Jim?
from Ms. P,
You're like-
Mr. Jenks.
I think it's Jim. I hope I'm right. It's not Roger Waters.
Heard that trust,
I know it's not Roger Waters.
how devastating that is. And so white-collar crime is just as bad. But Your Honor also knows that 27 years at 85% is handed out for, less than that is handed out for, unfortunately, for violent crimes as well. So this is a strong result.
Digger, what's up,
It's
girl?
one that ensures finality. It is one that ensures
It's Creighton. That's right. Fuck me. How did I know that? It's Creighton Waters. Of course it is.
that
I'm
is
an
also
idiot.
used by that trust that was given to Alec Murdaugh when he was allowed to have that law license on the wall, that the system can start to heal as well. And it can focus on the next problems.
Yeah, it's not Fred. It's Creighton.
Out of the 100+ indictments I was assigned to handle, how many will be left?
This will resolve all of the state grand jury indictments. And so ultimately, Mr. Murdaugh agreed to a full factual basis as it relates to the
Nice, Megan.
to the state grand jury ones. What we did was represent each victim with at least one and then sometimes multiple counts that are still outstanding.
Well,
Yeah, it's
of course,
not
Chief
John
Justice
Waters.
is not Chief of Justice, state grand jury, the entire court, unified court system. How many other indictments aside from state grand jury will remain if this plea is accepted against
There will
Mr.
still
Murdaugh?
be the county indictments for the side of the road that are still outstanding that are not resolved by the state grand jury pleas here today. Unfortunately, I do not have that exact number in front of me. I think as it relates to Mr. Murdaugh, I think there's 4 charges that are outstanding.
What's proposed to be disposed of include all the state grand jury indictments only?
That's correct, Your Honor. This is a state grand jury.
And aside from the specific one, he is offering to plead guilty to, the remainder will be dismissed.
There is no deal on the table for those charges. The defense and the parties will discuss those after today, but this is to resolve state grand jury.
Referring the remainder of the state grand jury indictments
Oh,
will be
yes, sir.
dismissed.
Yes, sir. As in return for his plea here today, he is agreeing to a full factual basis, except for the offered one that I mentioned before. So even though there are representative charges, he's agreeing to the conduct that's been alleged. Yes, he's pleading to 22, and the remainder will be non-prossed upon successful conclusion of this plea.
All right, thank you.
Your Honor, last thing I will say before I turn it over to the defense is on behalf of the Attorney General Alan Wilson, on behalf of the state grand jury team, on behalf of SLED and all the law enforcement partners that worked so hard, DOR as well, that worked so hard on this case, we would ask you to accept this plea and to issue the negotiated sentence of 27 years. Thank
you. Mr. Harper.
Please, Court, Your
Yes,
Honor.
sir.
We would join the Attorney General in urging you to accept this 27-year guilty plea. It is
Ugh.
not harsher than any defendant charged with similar.
Now, Dick Poon here is gonna talk for a while, and then Alec is gonna talk for a while. Not their best moments, I have to say. I don't know what else they could say, but this is not their best.
More crimes ever received in the state of South Carolina. Alec Murdaugh stood before you and pled guilty, except for the one offered plea, guilty to this course of conduct. He has admitted that he is a thief. He has admitted that he lied about it. He has admitted that he victimized people that put their trust in him.
Oh yeah,
That in no way
absolutely.
entitles him to any mercy, if you will. But what it does do, I think that should demonstrate to the court, is that he's, rather than putting all these people through trials, he wants to put this behind him, understanding that there is a high likelihood on these charges alone, he may never leave prison, although he has 2 life sentences without the possibility of parole and murder charge.
He wants to put this all
He would like to
behind
address
him.
the court and these victims, if Your Honor will permit it. He has a statement he'd like to read to the court, which should take about 5 minutes. And then, as I understand it, 10 minutes, I'm told. The only other thing we would say is this, that we, subsequent to today's proceeding, will attempt to work, and we believe we can work out restitution amount, as the Attorney General's indicated to you all.
5 minutes. He went on for like a fucking
We don't have a
bajillion fucking
named,
years.
Number of days that he's entitled to credit for pursuant to section 24.
You went on for almost an hour.
Your Honor, the amount that we've calculated is 505 days. That would be the time period from October 14th, 2021, when he was taken into custody on those initial two arrest warrants, through March 3rd, 2023, when he began to serve his sentence for the double murder.
Do you agree with those days as being the proper number that he's entitled to credit for, Mr. Harpootlian?
Your Honor, we would say that he gets credit up till today. not
Oh, it
because
doesn't matter. Fuck off, Harpootlian.
upon his conviction for the murder.
Your Honor, give me 1 second. I'll find the statute. I've also had those discussions with SCDC. I think it's
241340.
241340. Your Honor will permit me, I can bring it up on my phone. But the language of that is very clear that you don't get to double dip, and that when he began to serve his sentence for murders, that he no longer was also getting to claim credit for pretrial detention on other charges.
Well, Your Honor, I would suggest that you indicate he gets credit from October whenever he was arrested, and let the SCDC takes a position.
It doesn't matter. For God's sake, a couple of days, a couple of weeks, a couple of months isn't going to matter in the grand fucking scheme of things. Don't, Harpootlian, don't make a big deal out of a few days. You look like a dickhead.
Subject to any SCDC.
See, this is like where I have the weirdest, like, bifurcated brain, this weird dichotomy, this weird dialectic going on inside my skull. I'm on like Team Dick Poon for the murder charges, and Creighton Waters can go intercourse himself. But here with the financial crimes, I'm totally in camp Creighton Waters, and Dick Poon can go intercourse himself. So I've got to I've got to keep these two sides of my brain from trying to resolve each other and just treat them as separate instances. And it's really difficult because this is just, yeah, you can blow through Alex's eulogy. No, they said 10 minutes. He went for about an hour, and well, you'll see. But like, I just have this problem where I hear what he's saying in these, and I keep going back to the criminal charges, and I keep thinking, yeah, Dick Poon, you go, stick it to the prosecution who hasn't proven this. But this isn't that. This is the financial crimes, and I've got to. And in my head, I'm going, you're just an absolute fuckwit, Harpootlian. I don't know if you can understand what I'm saying, or if I'm making any sense at all. But there's like these two conflicting sides of my brain between the criminal and the civil parts. It is the process, but it's just, the ability to keep these two separate sides in my skull separated and not interfering with each other. Yeah, the judge does give a quick sentence after, and it is what this is 27 years. We know that's coming down. Is there a Gelfling in your brain? All right, let's keep going here.
Talking with SCDC, I mean, it has that box on the form, as Your Honor is aware, that says credit for time served shall be given to be calculated by SCDC. I don't have a sentencing sheet in front of me, and so in discussions with them,
It's only an hour. It just feels like 3 Flux.
And that they would calculate that amount of days and then come up with that. And obviously, I guess if down the road there needs to be an issue litigated as to credit for this delta between March and today, then Mr. Harpootlian and I can handle it. But I know that SCDC in looking at this and looking at 241340 would say that his credit that is appropriate would be solely that time that he was on pretrial bond and not given double credit when he's actually serving a sentence for double murder.
Your Honor, all we'd ask is that you comply with the sentencing sheet and say give credit for time served. And if there's a dispute between us and the Attorney General, more appropriate between us and the Department of Corrections, that's what administrative law courts are for. And we can deal with it there.
All right, thank you.
And Your Honor, at this time, I would ask that you allow Mr. Murdaugh to address the court and courtroom.
Yes, sir. Mr. Murdaugh. Murdaugh.
Thank you, Your Honor. No, I'm good. I'm good. But thank you for allowing me to speak to the victims who spoke to me.
You need a hand free or you good?
Having a hand free would be helpful, but I can handle it without it.
I've never seen someone be unshackled before like this. I've never, ever, ever seen this before.
Can I just like this? Just a free cuff? Can I take that off there? Can I just take this free cuff off?
Sure.
Yeah, I've never seen this before. You're either in or out. You're either cuffed or not. To see someone unshackled in the middle of their statement is wild to me.
Thank you. Yes, sir. I want each of you that spoke to know that I listened to you. I heard you. Your pain and your hurt is palpable. I get it.
Stop saying palpable.
And I promise you that it resonates with me. I understand it. I hope that the time will come when you can look back and know that despite the things that I did, that I care about each one of you.
Bullshit. Bullshit, you fucking asshole.
Each of you placed your trust in me. I was very proud of that. And I'm still today honored by that fact. That I deceived each of you. Terrible. I did terrible things. Things I'm thinking about right now. Caused me to be hurt. Caused me to be disturbed.
Gigi, you're a prison guard? I didn't know that.
How bothered that I am about the things that I did. That's important to me. After hours, days, weeks, months of self-reflection,
I don't know which picture's
I know
granddaddy.
now that I took more and more and more pills.
Yeah, Megan, he said palpable.
Attempting to hide from the reality of the things that I was doing to all of you. I do care about each of you. I have special recollections of my interactions with each one of you outside of the terrible things that I did. JJ.
Huh.
I felt as close to you as anybody. I still do. As anybody I can think of. We grew up together.
They grew up together.
And JJ, we hunted and fished together, alone, all over the low country. I mean, I think we've talked to each other about everything that's important to both of us. And man, I hate the
Oh,
things
dude,
that I did.
put your fucking phone down. I don't
My
care if you
daddies
remember the
were the
press or
best
not.
I mean, I mean it. When I say that I care about you, as hypocritical as that seems in light of the things I did, it is so very true. I did care about each of you, and I still care about each of you. Michelle, I can't think of a bad day that a hug from Miss Carey and a kiss from Miss Carey that she would always give when I would see the two of you, because I never saw one without the other. That wouldn't make better. And it was usually accompanied by some sage advice or words of wisdom that were always so perfectly appropriate for whatever was going on. I truly love her, and I love you. And I am so sorry. There's so many others that aren't here today that I hope will listen or be listening one day, like Dion. Dion's daddy, one of my dearest friends. I can still remember going to Dion's graduation, spending time with him. One more thing, JJ, going back, I do want to tell you as to how close I feel to you. my wife loved you. And you are absolutely right about everything you said. But you are dead wrong about one thing. And I would never hurt Maggie, and I would never hurt Paul.
See, this is the old refrain, which unfortunately I believe him. I believe him when he says, yes, I did all of these shitty financial things. Yes, I did all of these horrible things to steal upwards of $20 million from the most vulnerable people in the world. But I didn't kill my family. I hate that I believe him for that. But I do. I don't know why. I have no explanation. It's just I don't think the state proved it, and I think his situation is different. This is so weird for me. But again, on the flip side, even though he's denying killing his family, fine. I'm feeling like serious sociopath vibes from this guy. Like this is just a guy who is mouthing words. And I was thinking that about 10 minutes ago. He's, to me, in my layman understanding of terms, he's a psychopath. He's a sociopath, not a psychopath. He would steal your money, but he wouldn't kill you. I know that's not what those words mean, but this is such a conflicting thing. I don't know, but I don't believe a fucking word he's saying. I don't feel any sympathy, empathy, remorse, or anything from these words he's mouthing now. But I mean, if he's going away for the rest of his life, if he did kill his family, why not just say, yeah, and I'm sorry for that too? It's going to make a zero-sum difference at the end of the day. I mean, this is the hill he's literally going to die on. I did the crimes, I did the financial shit, but I didn't kill my family. So I want to believe him, and I have to believe him on this. But on the financial crimes, I don't believe a fucking word he's saying when he's saying, I'm sorry to everybody for everything I took from you. I don't think he understands that concept.
And it is important to me that you know that. Because she did love you. And I hope you know that. And I hope you know that I mean what I say here today. Jamie, Bishop, man, Damien's uncle and daddy were as close to me and my daddy as people can be. Lord knows, Tony, I went to elementary school, middle school, high school with your aunts and your uncles. Ginger, how many classes did we have? I mean, I've grown up with you guys. I mean, Tony, you and Brian and Gloria are like a part of my family. And I mean that.
And this is how you treat people that feel like your family.
And me saying it, as hypocritical as it sounds, is the absolute truth. That does bring me to a point, and I will say that I said to Mr. Mr. Bland, Maggie and I raised our two boys with input from her mom and dad and input from my mom and dad. But we are the people who raised those boys. And also mama. Now, with that being said, Eric, with that being said, there is no person period, that was more important to my family than Gloria was. To all of us. To me, especially to Maggie. To Paul. Lord knows he adored her. And I hope you know that. And Buster. And me too. I adore her. And I am so sorry. So sorry for the things that I did. And it is important to me that you know how sorry I am for the things that I did to each of you, all my law partners. Look, guys. And Danny, looking at you here kills me, knowing what I did. And you guys, we shared every facet of my life with every member of my family. You are my family, Danny.
Ah, fuck off, Murdaugh.
And I have some more to say as we go along. We'll talk in some more detail.
For stealing your chin?
It is so important. Two things today that are most important to me is making sure that you do understand that I do care about each and every one of you. Number one. And number two, that I am
That guy has pronouns. That guy on the prosecution team has pronouns. You can tell.
That I did. And this brings me back to the text that came out in trial that I believe I sent to my paralegal, Christy, as I became better and less sick in rehab.
Blame it on the drugs.
That bothered me was knowing how I hurt the ones I love the most, the worst. And you all are included in that sentence. I hope you know that. Tony, Brian, when I decided to make up the story and the claim about the dogs and Gloria, I did it with good intentions of helping you. I am so sorry
You are not.
that those intentions very quickly became selfish. And I am so sorry that I continue to involve you in my actions. And I am so sorry for everything that you, and I want to make sure the whole family knows that I am so sorry for everything that you have been through. And JJ, I really want to take you up on your offer that you proposed earlier. But I also hope that in time, that each of you will be willing to talk with me. Because
I'm sorry, I don't want to interrupt your stupidity, but that's a funny chat. Isn't there some Frank Zappa and the Mother song about growing a chin? Yeah, trying to grow a chin. That's a classic Zappa song. Here I'm only 14, sickly and thin, tried all my life just to grow a chin. It popped out once, but my dad pushed it in. My dad pushed it in. Why do you hurt me? My next of kin, he's a Mexican. That's a great song. Oh God, I haven't thought about that for a while. All right, let's get back to business. Thanks for the Zappa and the Mothers of Invention blast.
I would like, as time moves on, to continue to reiterate just how sorry I am and just how important it is to me that you know that. So I'd like for you to think about it. Despite what was said in this courtroom today, I can tell you that through my attorneys, I have been asking for a plea offer since the very
We'll talk about that in a minute.
the very beginning. I formally pled guilty within 2 weeks of receiving the very first plea offer. That was in this courtroom however many days ago. But I formally pled guilty within 2 weeks of receiving the very
So
first
fucking what?
plea offer. And you've heard a lot of talk about the sentence. And I will tell you that the sentence that I'm agreeing to is harsher than I wanted. It's certainly harsher than I had hoped for. I will tell you that while I am pleading guilty for a number of reasons, all of which
I didn't kill my family.
none of those reasons is more prominent than my hopes that seeing me punished will help each of you heal and begin to be able to put this behind you. Because I can see it. I mean, I can see, I can feel, I know what you've been through. I don't know it, but I sense it. And I am so sorry.
No, you're not.
Now I want to talk.
Nobody's believing his shit. Look at those looks. Nobody's believing his shit. Fake sniff. I'm crying. See, I'm emotional. That's a dry sniff. Fuck off. I think they let him go way too long. Buster.
I am so sorry that I let you down.
That's the best he's got to say to his son.
I am so sorry that I have not been able to be with you during such hard times. I am so sorry that I did so many things that are so contradictory to every single thing Mom and I ever taught you, and Paul. I am so sorry. I am so very sorry that the things that I did and that I am pleading guilty to here today have somehow caused some people, especially people on social media, and some people in the media, to somehow believe that based on the things that I did, that it's somehow okay to make false, baseless, unsubstantiated claims against you that are not only based on no facts and no evidence whatsoever, but are also not based on any semblance of reality whatsoever. And I am so sorry that you have had to go through that. I know, Buster, that you know that I have always been proud of you. I have never been more proud of you than I am for the way that you have handled all of the adversity that I put on you. Your whole family is proud of you. Mom is proud of you, and Papa is proud of you. I see in letters, emails, and messages that people give to my attorneys how impressed people are with the way that you have carried yourself through all of this. I want you to remember that rational, reasonable thinking people never make as much noise as haters do.
The fuck does that mean?
I want you to continue to tune them out and continue to be the bigger person as you have this whole time. I want you to continue to stay positive. And stay the course.
Okay, fuck off. Seriously.
I love you so much.
Oh yeah, the kid on the road. Smith, was that his name? Steve Smith, something like that.
Next, I'd like to address and speak to my mom, my brothers, my sister, my nieces and my nephews, who I love dearly, my aunts, uncles, cousins, the rest of my family. I am so sorry that I let each of you down.
Just listen to the way he's talking. It doesn't have a ring of truth. There's not a ring of sincerity to it to me. Maybe I'm the only one. It just sounds like he's just mouthing things that he doesn't feel.
With these terrible things that I have done. I am so sorry.
I am so sorry. I am a robot. I did not fulfill my programming. I am so sorry.
Made people on social media and in the media think that it's okay to falsely attack 2,
Right, Alabama Rose.
3 best men.
It's like the White Dale Brooks.
That's my father and my grandfather. Two men who spent their life in service, helping others. Two men fully and wholly.
All right, we don't have time to wait to get to. I just want to get to these super chats here. Well, this super chat. Thank you so much, Rosie, with the 10 pounds. Disgusting. Me read good. Disgusting what he did to these people, but don't believe he killed his family. Okay, that's where I am. Although think they were killed over his money issues. Again, I completely agree with you. Plus, he'd been wrongly convicted of their murders. That's big karma. I don't have a problem with anything you just said. That's pretty much exactly how I feel. But I'm not feeling this statement from him at all. Not at all. I don't feel like we talk about the ring of truth. Truth has a certain ring to it. You know when you're being lied to. Jurors are especially attuned to these things over the course of a trial. You just like something doesn't feel right. Something doesn't feel good. We all have this ability. We all have this bullshit detector. Whether we choose to follow it or ignore it is up to us. But like when they talk about the ring of truth, I firmly believe that's a real thing. That you just know when you're being told something that's truthful. And I don't feel any genuineness. I don't feel any authenticity. I don't feel any of this from him with his statement. It's just parroting something that he doesn't feel. That's why I'm saying he feels very sociopathic to me. Like he just doesn't care what the result is. I don't know how else to explain that. And choose the heretics, choose Carnation Revolution now. Damn it, Jeff, we didn't suffer through the Crime and Punishment book for nothing. Dostoevsky's Crime and Punishment is simultaneously one of my favorite books and one of my most hated books. I read it quite a bit. I've read it several times. I read it every couple of years. Crime and Punishment is an amazing book, but it's so. The first time I read it, I was physically sick for 2 weeks because it sucked that much energy out of me, and that's kind of how I'm feeling about his statement. If you haven't read Crime and Punishment by Dostoevsky, read it. Seriously, read it. It's a horrific story of how literally every decision makes it worse. And some of the way things are described in that book are so heavy. And I'm feeling the same thing from this trial. Really, really I am. All right, let's continue here.
Committed to justice. Two men who were most honest and most decent.
Oh yeah, the Brothers Karamazov, and what another
And they
great.
were here today.
That's another great book.
Two men that would be devastated.
I'm edumacated.
By what I have done.
I can actually see my copy of the Brothers Karamazov from where I'm sitting. So right over there.
And you know that.
I'm with you, freedom lover. I don't think he killed his family, but I don't believe he gives a shit about stealing all the money that he stole from these people.
I want to apologize to my mother and father-in-law, although I hate the term in-law, as they have always treated me like one of their own. Also to my sister-in-law, Mag's sister, Marion, her husband, my brother-in-law, my nieces, who I adore.
MG Law in the house. What's up, brother?
Not much. Just getting out of court. I've heard a little bit of this. He doesn't seem like he's very genuine at all.
Oh, not at all.
Oh. But I mean, he sounded like that on the stand too.
True.
To this, that I have negatively affected Max and Pawpaw's memory.
Like I was just saying, it doesn't have the ring of. I don't know how to explain it other than it just doesn't have the ring of truth to it.
Yeah.
It's
Just
empty,
it seems all
flat.
Yeah. Yep.
Also, apologize because I know, and I know in my heart, the actions that I am pleading guilty to here today and stress.
Yeah, but JKD Buck says, I mean, he had to put on a show and act like he cared.
Yeah, but you can.
The point.
Yeah, he's acting.
Of all the times in his life, now is not the fucking time to act. Now is the time to be you.
Of the third of the three best men that I know. Pop T. about it every day on my actions. have affected him
Full tab on his shoulder.
And all of you.
It's like a chatty Cathy doll.
And it eats a hole in me. Next.
That's a good Philip K. Dick
I'm
reference.
sorry, this is taking longer than I had anticipated.
Chatty
Next is
Cathy.
my brother Randy.
I was thinking more about planes, trains, and automobiles. But
oh, all right.
I say that I am sorry to you because I know
he's really slow in his deliveries.
I know for a
Just
fact
and this is a 1.25 speed.
Oh.
that the actions that I'm pleading guilty to here today have caused you terrible, terrible problems. I'm so sorry that my actions
This was about 3 days ago.
Yeah.
have caused you to be so wrongly and falsely attacked. And that my actions have caused your integrity to so wrongly be questioned. Because I know, and those who know you know, that you are, without a doubt, one of the most honest and high integrity people that's ever walked this earth. And I hate that the things that I have done have somehow made that an issue for you. I will challenge any negative-minded person as it pertains to Randy to go and find one single person anywhere who truly knows you or who truly knows him, doesn't have an ulterior motive to tell you that he's not one of the most honest people that they've ever known.
What does that have to do with you? What does that have to do with you doing what you did?
And I am so sorry that I went.
I'm about ready to go full Samuel L. Jackson here.
Yeah.
Say sorry one more time, motherfucker.
Yes.
I'm like right about there. Just say it one more time. I'm so sorry. I'm tired of hearing this I'm so sorry thing.
Yeah.
Oh, well, mercifully, we don't have to listen to it much longer. Only like about 8 more minutes.
I think it's the drugs that he took that's just because he is so slow in his, like you can see he's really searching for words to say, like trying to get these words out.
Well, see, I'm from Utah. We're sort of about the well, depending
I'm
on
from
where you
Alabama, so I mean we're really. You're from Alabama? I thought you were I'm from Birmingham. I'm from Birmingham. I'm in Oklahoma now, but yeah.
Yeah. But I mean, okay, so I mean, Alabama, like I said, like Utah and sort of Oklahoma are sort of on about the same speed.
Yeah,
but
which is faster than Alabama.
Yeah, Alabama's a little slower, but like South Carolina is just like, I mean, I think like where you put like, you know, the Bubba Gump Shrimp Company from Greenbow, Alabama.
Alabama.
Yeah. That's more towards the South Carolina side of things, but but again, I mean, there's just zero. He's a 2-dimensional character. I'm getting nothing out. I'm
Yeah, there's
getting
nothing.
no feelings, no vibes, just nothing. It's just
He's
it's
empty.
a two-dimensional.
It's just almost dead inside, which I guess if I was convicted of murdering my wife and son, I might be dead inside too, but
Yeah.
yeah.
But this is what he's always. I mean, I'm getting no difference than that painting behind him.
Yeah, pretty much. What if they put the paintings of his grandfather back up in the courtroom?
Yeah, that's what we're trying to figure out. Is that like his grandfather behind him, or you know, where was Granddaddy
That's what
in the
they
whole
should have
scheme of
done.
thing? Yeah, I don't know. It's just you'd think this would be the time when you could really let people see you're human.
Yeah.
But I think he's just such a sociopath.
Yeah. It's coming out. I mean, I don't think he killed his wife and son, but this demeanor doesn't help much.
No, not at all. JKD Buck 76 says crime and punishment is quite the mental ethical discussion. Raskolnikov killed the woman he hated with the sharp edge of the axe quickly, but killed the woman he loves with the blunt edge slowly. Well, that's interesting, but like, I mean, the thing that like killed me about crime and punishment, and still every time I read it, is just it's one of those stories that if you would have just either not done something wrong at the beginning, or two, come clean about it at the beginning, it would have been okay-ish. But every single decision in that book is the wrong decision. It just gets it's the epitome of it gets worse. And I was physically ill. Like I said, I was literally physically sick for 2 weeks after the first time I read that book, because there's one scene where he's having a dream about a guy beating a horse to death. That was one of the most graphic things I've ever heard in my life. I've ever read in my life. But yeah, okay. Thank you for that, Alabama Rose. Thank you so much for being a member for 14 months. Pray for the victims and the families left to clean up these messes. Right. Sorry I'm so cruel. No, there's nothing cruel about that. Today, we lost our grandbaby last night. Oh, I got no frame of reference for that. I got nothing. We lost our grandbaby last night, our dog Friday, and he's full of shit.
Yeah, that's it's just awful.
Rose, just peace. That's all I got. Just peace. You know.
Yeah, I knew about the dog the other night.
Yeah, I didn't know about the grand.
Yeah, no. That's not supposed to happen.
No. Well, let's jump back into this here.
Yeah.
To such lengths to hide my addiction
Oh, blame it on the drugs.
and my criminal actions from you, because I know that you would have helped me before things got so out of control.
It's all the drugs' fault. No personal accountability. Oh, I was sick. Oh, I had. No, I had two brothers who were drug addicts. So fuck off, Murdaugh.
Next.
Seriously, this dude has pronouns. Clearly, this dude has pronouns. Go ahead. If he said I'm a trans man, I wouldn't be surprised.
I am so sorry that I have caused so much trouble for people that I love so much. I love you.
Fuck
I love
off.
each of you. sorry I let you down. I'm sorry that I humiliated each of you.
Oh, sorry you got caught.
Go through what you've been through. I'm sorry that I destroyed
Bumping.
my law firm.
I don't hear any bumping.
Law firm that you know that I dearly love. And I'm sorry I let you down. I'm sorry that I've caused each of you to be questioned. Every one of you is not only one of the best lawyers that I've ever been around, but the best people that I've ever been around. Such good, such compassionate,
Well, you can't be talking about Creighton.
such smart, such giving, and such decent people.
Man, girl. I don't know. Oh, yeah, that's funny. Oh, God.
And I, again, am so sorry that I went to such great lengths to hide my addiction and to hide my criminal acts from each of you. I know you would have helped me before things got so out of control.
Oh, fuck off and blaming this other people bullshit. It's not the drugs. It's not other people. It's
No,
you,
yeah.
you fucking asshole.
It's a damn psychopath. It's just
The pronoun person is one of the prosecution team.
yes, yes. I remember that now.
Good things from him.
I think we made fun of him during trial.
Yeah.
I am sorry that I failed him. I hope one day that Johnny will listen to this so that he will know how much I miss him and I miss our chats. And you know what I'm talking about. Danny?
That dude's like, yeah, whatever.
Duck face.
Don't make enough good words for me to accurately depict how I feel about you.
Oh, this is an interesting thing. Wait, where did the chat go? Fuck. Oh yeah. Lady Magdala says I would have gotten up and left the gallery. Blah. Eric Bland, who, like I said, is I think is an asshole, and I think he's a dick, and I don't like anything about him. But I mean, he gave a very, very good statement on behalf of the family of the maid and others. He actually did leave. There was he did an interview with the court. It was either Court TV or Law and Crime. He did after this hearing, and he got up and left during this. So, like I said, I mean, I don't like him personally. I've got serious issues with him as a lawyer and as an advocate. He gave a very good statement though on behalf of the families. I'll give him that. It's a very impassioned plea. It was good. I can't begrudge him that, but he did get up and leave during Alec Murdaugh's statements and said something like it's horse shit and left the courtroom. So
I can see why.
Yeah, as much as I hate to give the guy props, I got to give him props for that.
me those things that you helped me through. And you know.
No, he just turns red because he's a ginger, Maryland. See, even though he bleached his hair blonde in prison, which is weird.
Yeah. Oh, you actually bleached it.
And she didn't think.
Ladies and germs, in addition to MG Law, who you definitely want to go subscribe to, MG Law, you must subscribe to him because he's an awesome guy who's ridiculously undersubscribed and who has ridiculously little content on his site. Hint, hint, wink, wink, nudge, nudge. In addition to
just
him,
about every night.
we have Chandler Remington in the house.
Hey, Chandler.
Hello, hello. Hey, MG.
What's up, Sea Dog?
Hey.
Nothing much. Oh.
We're just listening to Alec Murdaugh blow smoke up people's assholes here.
Oh yeah, fun.
Yeah, it's not good. It's not going well for him. He's two-dimensional. This is clearly someone who doesn't emote at all. But be curious to hear what you have to say as we sort of seem to be winding down, hopefully. But everybody loves B Handler. B Handler in the chat.
I feel so
Chandler with
celebrated.
her horse flank with her horse flank background.
What's that supposed to mean?
That's oddly specific.
What is that? What's a horse flank? What is a what? I'm so confused. Somebody said I look like I'm in a pillow fort.
Pillow fort, horse flank, whatever.
I don't know. I'm sitting on a bench and there's some fabric behind me, and that's what's going on. So just it's not that interesting.
Well, what the hell was that magician that went to India and sold it? Doug Henning said it's all in the imagination.
Yeah.
It's all in the imagination. All right, let's get on with Murdaugh's statement. Chandler, we're so happy to have you here.
Jeff, you're drunk.
No, I'm not. MG
I'm so
Law's
happy
mic
to be here.
sucks or he has a lot of feedback. MG Law's probably in a car.
I am in a car.
He's always in a car.
Yeah. Especially
It's like
on Fridays.
Yeah, it's like MG Law from a car. That's like every time he joins, he's just in a car. Just deal with it. MG Law in a car is better than no MG Law. That's just fact. And Chandler Remington in a pillow fort in a pillow fort with a horse flank is better than no Chandler.
What's a filliport?
I don't know. Probably a pillow fort. All right, let's go.
I agree. Yeah, let's do it.
He looks like the skipper from Gilligan's Island, sort of like on
a little bit.
Oh yeah, he does.
She had anywhere else to turn. Concerning her son. I hope you know how special you are. To me, special.
I'm working up the tears. Oscar moment.
He needs a moment, yeah, because he's so affected by the $20 million he stole from people.
That it hurts me so much.
It hurts him bad.
To know that I had disappointed you. And I know that that is an understatement.
What's with the head shaking? The vigorous head shaking is so like
I now apologize
opiate
to
addict
every
withdrawals. It's just
single person who cares about Maggie and about Paul. Because I
Keep
know
your wife's name out your fucking mouth.
that I did, that I'm pleading guilty here today, allowed SLED and the Attorney General's office to focus on me and not to pursue the person or the people who hurt and killed Maggie and Papa.
I know it wasn't. I think it wasn't
Paul.
you, but still.
And I am so sorry for that.
Whenever he says Paul, it's like, dude.
Yeah, you don't have to say
Each one of
Paul.
you, and to those who
Well,
might be listening,
I mean, in fairness, my nephew is 25, and his name's Tim, and still he's like 25 years old, and everybody still calls him Timmy, which makes me cringe.
Yeah.
It's like, well, first of all, I'm like, he's 25. Just call him Timothy or Tim, not Timmy. And then the other half of my brain's going, Timmy from South Park. So, part of me thinks it's hilarious. Part of me
my
thinks
family
it's
loves the
sad.
Thanksgiving.
Yeah.
I love the Thanksgiving episode where he needs apples. It's my favorite. My family and I watch it like every year. It's really funny.
Yeah.
Timmy's my favorite
Well,
character.
I've got another friend, Bill, that's like super gay, and so like the big gay Al's big gay
Al.
parade. Yeah, it's like Big Gay Bill's big gay
Bill.
parade. Yeah, it. In
Cute.
case you ever happen to see this, Bill, love you, brother. You're the best. All right, let's go.
who are not here, I want to reiterate again just how sorry
Just Timmy.
I am.
Timmy and the Lords of the Underworld.
I want to try to make sure to look at each one of you right now,
Oh yeah.
so that hopefully
I
when
forgot
you
that
leave
part.
here, you will know and believe that I was sincere. in my
You
hope
don't
that
feel
I-
sincere. You're
No.
a two-dimensional caricature of humanity.
I am for the things that I have
He's a
done.
big manipulator.
Oh yeah.
I don't believe a word that comes out of this man's mouth. Mm-mm.
Because he hasn't
But
combusted
weirdly, I
from all the
wanna-
gaslighting he's doing.
But weirdly, I want to believe him about not committing the murders.
Yes.
I think he did it. I think he probably did it, honestly. I mean, even if he didn't do it, he made it happen. You know, he's responsible. So
I'm still not sure
Well, I mean, from his drug habits, that's what caused it.
how I let
But
myself get
it wasn't him.
could have been Narcos, but you know, whatever.
where I did,
That's yeah.
where I could do things that I did.
Why doesn't he have a mic?
All you people.
Timmy's okay. Papa's not.
I'd like to say to
I thought Pawpaw was like what you call papayas.
anyone who's suffering from addiction,
Mama Paquita, Mama Paquita, are your baby a papaya?
don't
Please
let
get
pride
professional help.
get in your way the way I did.
Yeah, that's what it was pride. Oh my god, that's so funny. I love that. Really? It was the only one? It was a good one.
Really?
Who tried to help me. Many more people who I know would have helped me. I had
The heck?
resources,
Why is he doing
I
that?
had access to more
It's so
resources.
weird.
and I still couldn't beat it.
It's got to be
Well, see, all-
the opioids.
Yeah, this blaming the
face.
drug
Oh, look
shit.
at the face that you. Jeff,
The
look at the
face.
face that you paused on. Oh
I
my
know.
god.
This blaming the drugs
Wow.
thing. Like I said, with two brothers.
I have a
like
I have a
my
demon
older-
inside me. It's the demon. It's not me. Oh.
Seriously though, like with like an older brother and a younger brother who are drug addicts, both of whom got clean. Yeah, this is just bullshit. The drugs made me do it. Fucking bullshit. That's just bullshit. The drugs made me do it.
Yeah.
And just like the guy that before little Richard gave his statement, the guy in the middle who literally, the lawyer who said, "All you had," and this was a very powerful statement when he said the only thing he had to do was wake up every day and just be Alec Murdaugh, and he couldn't do that.
Yeah.
That's literally all he had to do was just wake up and be Alex Murdaugh.
I think that was his
And he couldn't
problem,
do it.
Jeff, because I think waking up and being Alec Murdaugh was, you know, the problem. Like he can't help himself but be, you know, a criminal thief who takes advantage of the poor and the indigent. So, you know, he's just a terrible person. So he was waking up every day and being Alec Murdaugh. And it was a problem. His legacy was just tainted, I guess.
He's
the family legacy, you know?
Yeah.
Examoon says something here very interesting. Nearly all lawyers are addicted to something, yet very few still millions. Now, you're not wrong with that.
Not too far off of that.
Lawyers have lawyers and doctors have the two highest addiction problems of any profession. It's like lawyers and doctors, and I think cops are third. I'm not sure. There's like lawyers and doctors like vie for top position for the most substance abuse. And I mean, and that's what I tell people. It's like you can have a lawyer that is so fucking strung out on crack that it's unbelievable. And he'll be referred to, lawyers helping lawyers and other recovery programs. But if this lawyer who is so fucking strung out of his mind on crack takes $10 from his client account, he's disbarred.
Yes, he's disbarred.
Yeah. It's you don't fuck with the client's money. That is the absolute fastest way to get your bar license ripped anywhere on earth.
So if you're ever ready to stop being a lawyer, just take a few bucks.
Yeah, shit. Just like have a 10-cent arrears in your account that you can't explain, and you're suspended for a year. So I mean that's how important they take this fiduciary duty to your clients. That you can literally. You could literally, as long as you're not, convicted of something, you can snort a fuck ton of crack, grape someone, and you shoot a cop in the face or whatever. You can do the most heinous shit as long as you're not convicted of it, and you will be referred to some sort of lawyer help program. But you fuck with the money, and you're done. And he's blaming all of this monetary stuff, all the money on the drugs. Oh, if someone would have helped me. Oh, I could have done this, or I tried to do this. That's all hollow. The bar does not care when you touch the money.
Did he actually ask for help?
I don't think he did. He just said, you could have helped me, not I asked for it and you didn't give it to me.
Sometimes you have to ask for help.
Yeah, right. It's snort crack. You know what I mean? Shut up. It's you know what I mean. Come on. I'm a reformed Mormon. What the hell do I know? When you snort marijuana and whatever. But no, that's what I'm saying. That's how serious they take these financial crimes and these financial things. Is like just a few dollars will get your license ripped.
Yeah.
But you can do some serious hardcore narcotics, and they'll refer you to help. They'll do whatever they can to give you a helping hand. And here he is, like blaming all of these financial problems on the drugs, which carries zero weight. Anything else to add, MG, before we head on?
No, you don't fuck with client funds.
Right. Everybody that gets a journal from their local bar association, before I say it, I'll just ask. Okay, MG, there in Oklahoma, do you get your monthly or bi-monthly or whatever bar journal?
Yes.
What's the first thing you do? What's the first thing you do when you get that?
You always look at the bar reprimands.
Yes.
see if you know something. Because it's usually one of the first things that they have on there, where it's like because you'll have like court reporters don't pay their fees, and they get in trouble for stuff, and then you look at the attorneys that get in trouble.
That's the first thing you do. You go to the disciplinary section. You go like, oh, I got my bar journal. Let's see who got disciplined this month. It was some fucker I knew.
I've had it happen where it's like, hey, I just saw that guy like 2 weeks ago in court.
Yeah. It's exactly. It's like normal people get the newspaper and they head straight for the obituaries.
And make sure that you're not in it.
Yeah. No, I mean, seriously, that's how it is. It's like you flip immediately to the disciplinary section to see who got nailed for doing what.
Yep.
And this is the expression you get on most of their faces. And also, and I'm sure it's the same in Oklahoma. In Utah, I would say 80 to 90% of the disciplinary decisions come down, and a part of it is substance abuse.
Yeah. Yeah. I had one where that I read where the guy he was so old and he just never caught on to electronic filing in federal court, in bankruptcy court, even after the bankruptcy judge ordered him to learn how to do it. He just never would. He ended up losing his license because she referred him to the state Supreme Court and to the bar.
And that's the thing.
The one.
MG, you do bankruptcy law, and that's one thing I never wanted to do, because bankruptcy law scares the shit out of me, because there's so many deadlines you have to hit, and you miss one of those deadlines and you're screwed as a lawyer.
Yep.
Bankruptcy law scares the shit out of me.
And they keep changing some deadlines and changing forms, and fun.
JKD $1.76 says, legal advice. Have you ever been disciplined before? And I don't mean a lady with leather and a studded paddle. No, it's the spiked paddle. You got to go with the spiked paddle. So to answer your question, no. No, I've had a couple of people threaten to report me, but nobody ever has. But anywho, all right, we lost Chandler. Chandler, are you still here? Chandler, we lost Behandler. Oh, no.
No, I'm here. Sorry, I got some mail. I had to take care of
You've
something.
got mail.
I got the special,
She got
Jeff, you
stuck
know
in
what
her
I'm
pillow
talking
fort.
about? I got that thing I was waiting for in the mail that I'm really excited about. So I was just taking care of that.
The thing you got in the mail.
From YouTube.
Oh! Chandler's in the money. Yeah.
Right.
Chandler got the mail from YouTube. Sweet.
Yeah, so if anybody doesn't know, like on YouTube, if you don't have a YouTube channel, when you get monetized, they have to confirm that you live at the address that you live at, and they sent something in the mail and it got lost. And before you confirm it, they can't send you whatever super chats you get, and so that money just sits there. And so all the money that all of you lovely people have super chatted me, I have just been it's just been sitting there, and I've been waiting to confirm my address. I'm like, yes, I live at this address. This is me. You have my photo ID. But no, they have to make it hard for me. And they're like, we're sending an international mail. It turns out it comes from California. So I'm like, how did this take so long to get here?
Oh no, it comes from California.
I got mine in 3 days. They were like, it could take.
It's 3 zip codes away. It's maybe an hour drive. And I'm like, seriously, dude?
Walked it to you.
I could have just walked over there, honestly.
Oh, no.
It's ridiculous. But so I got it now. So I'm going to do the thing, and I'm going to thank you everybody for all of your wonderful super chats. I'm going to be streaming. I'm starting new stuff next week. So get ready for more content.
Sweet.
Wow, mine came from Ireland and it came in 10 days.
That's so weird. Why?
Yeah.
Wow.
They said up to 2 weeks, and I had it, I think, in 3 days. So 3 or 4 days.
Yeah, it's been over a month. It's been it's been exactly a month actually. I did the thing on November 1st. So anyway, I was just
yeah. Well, they sent it once and you didn't get it.
Yeah, so I had to request it again, which is But anyway, it's happening. So I'm
no daily quick bites. She did not get pictures of feet pics.
Oh God, no! But if anybody wants to support me, you know how to do it because I hate feet. So if anybody
get
wants
everything confirmed.
If you want to put me in a bad mood, just
equality. My half Korean sister. Yeah, equality is my half Korean sister. She just says, Chandler, congratulations.
Thank you, equality. Appreciate that.
Flux says, wait, what? Wait, what, Flux?
Flux, how are you doing, darling? I sent you a text.
Could you be a little
She didn't get
more
anything
vague?
in the mail?
What?
She said she didn't get anything in the mail.
Yes,
Wait,
you
really?
did, Flux. That
They
that
have-
email where you have
You
to
had to get a letter in the mail.
You have to
With a
yeah,
confirm
the
PIN
your
number.
address,
confirmation. Yeah,
which is
with the
so
PIN number
dumb.
shit. I know.
Right.
I know you're Japanese, but you're like way into K-pop shit. So you're my half Korean sister. That's why I said half Korean. You're my half Korean sister because you're like way into K-pop and shit for some weird reason that I don't understand. But all right, let's get through Alex Murdaugh. I can't stand looking at this mug much
Oh,
longer.
you know you like BTS. Come on.
weird.
Yeah.
Yeah, oh, best group ever.
I tried. Any kind.
Freaking finally.
Someone
Never
beach.
paid someone for 3 numbers.
I say, please get professional help. I'm very proud, as I stand here today, to be 812 days clean.
Off.
But I didn't do it soon enough.
You know he's doing drugs in jail. You know it.
He's like doing purple. He's like doing purple drank.
Purple drank.
And he did wonderful, wonderful work. I would like to say a
Toilet
special
wine.
thank you to the people at Evolve Recovery Rehabilitation Center and at Sunrise Detox for all the wonderful care that they gave me.
Detox.
Every single day, I utilize the processes that they taught me, and I use the tools that they gave me in hopes that tomorrow I can add another day to my total. Lastly, I want to thank the men and women who have sent me letters
I want to thank the men for what they did to me in the showers.
to my attorneys.
So thank him for it. He didn't have to drop the soap.
Flux, you could not be monetized unless you got that mail.
Possibly not,
Yeah.
and I appreciate it.
Well, she can be monetized. You just can't get any payments.
Yeah, you can't get your money.
Yeah, they send you a
Last thing I
weird
wanna
little
say-
envelope and it has 6 numbers in it.
Holy crap! Look at her hair.
Oh wow. That's pretty long.
That's like hair. But why is she like wearing a mummer suit, like totally jet black leggings?
Who is
She's
that?
giving Nicholas a run for his money with the length of his hair. Of her hair.
Is she
Yeah.
part of his team? I'm not sure who that lady is.
Well, she's sitting in front of the bar, so she's part of the prosecution here with the pronoun person.
Yeah.
There's a pronoun person.
Well,
Yeah.
tell me this person doesn't have pronouns on their business card.
On the right hand side, yeah.
Let's see. Maybe.
That I'm circling. No, definitely. This person has pronouns.
Yeah.
Like on their business card and then their email signature.
In their email signature and their
Yeah.
LinkedIn.
I won't presume what it is, but I'm sure they have pronouns.
Your Honor,
Zimzer.
that I am fully committed.
That's my new thumbnail right there.
Wow.
to be a better
What a
person.
face. You know who he looks like? Wait. He looks like that kid in Mask. You know, like with the.
Oh, did you see the Chrissy Mayer tweet?
Yes.
No.
Yes, I did. That was freaking hilarious.
You saw that? Okay, you saw the Chrissy Mayer
Yeah.
tweet. Did you
Oh,
see it,
it's so
MG
good.
Law?
No, I didn't.
Chrissy
Have,
Mayer
have you
was funny.
seen?
I didn't
have you
used to think she
seen
was funny. She's way
Mask?
funnier than I give her credit for.
Oh yeah, I've seen the mask.
Not the Mask with Jim Carrey. Mask with the yeah. Okay.
I think isn't Cher in it?
No, it was what the fuck's his name? Eric, not Eric Roth. The other dude from Pulp Fiction that had the drugs.
Travolta?
Come on, people.
Travolta?
Oh, the one who gave Travolta the drugs.
Oh. Him, right. Oh, it's Rosanna Arquette and I can't remember the guy's
The
name.
dude.
Him,
Hang on,
yeah.
fuck me. Eric Stoltz.
Eric Stoltz,
Eric
yeah.
Stoltz. Yeah, he was the main
Christina
character in
B.
Mask. All right, hang on here. I've got to bring this up because this was hilarious. This is something's been going around. Apparently, it's like the 4 actors that look like you or some shit like that.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. That's pretty funny.
Hang on, I got to do this shit here. I'm sorry for those of you that really care about what Alec Murdaugh has to say, but we just have to remove you for a second. Just because she mentioned mask. It's all Chandler's fault. All right.
Sorry. Well, he looks exactly like that. I can't help it. His face is really contorted and weird. I don't know what's wrong with him.
And weird?
He's got
Yeah,
kind of has the
he's making
Dr.
weird
Spiegel
faces.
mouth movements.
I mean, honestly, he seems like he's on something. Is it just me? He seems like
Yeah.
he's on like uppers.
So I said he looks like Dr. Spiegel did.
Yeah,
His little mouth.
kind of.
With ticks and stuff. Yeah.
Definitely lots of ticks for sure.
All right. For those of you that don't know, Chrissy Mayer is she's an awesome person. She's hilarious. She's a funny comedian. She's been on my fucking Fridays for the past few months. Let's see, share screen. Her Twitter was this. The 4 photos of people who look like you. Well, just ignore the copyright cuck there. We got well, first of all, this is Chrissy Mayer here. That's Chrissy. The 4 people that look like Chrissy Mayer is Nicole Kidman, whoever the hell that is.
Is that Amy Adams?
Okay, whatever.
I don't know.
Whoever the hell that is, and Eric Stoltz. This is like the internet generated 4 people that look like you.
That's pretty. Yeah, Chrissy's one of a kind. She's really funny. I like her.
All the way from Nicole Kidman to Eric Stoltz from The Mask. All right, let's put Alec Murdaugh back on his here.
All right. Sorry, I'm doing all this YouTube-y stuff trying to get my money. So I'm listening while I'm doing that. I'll come back on screen in a minute.
Oh Lord. All right, let's see your share screen. All right. Yes, Cher was in it. Cher was Eric Stoltz's mother.
Yeah.
I told you. I said share. You didn't hear me. You're like, no.
I didn't hear you.
Yeah, she said share.
Yeah,
As many
I said
people as I
share.
can while I'm incarcerated. I remain fully and wholeheartedly committed to finding a way to somehow make those who love me proud
Nobody
again
loves you.
in some small way.
Not very likable.
Like he's practicing his William Shatner.
I appreciate each of you talking to me.
You talking to
I
me?
appreciate each of
Are you
looking at
talking to me? I don't see anybody else here. Are you talking to
You
me?
can tell that you're listening, and I appreciate it. I'm gonna say it one more time. I hope you know. I hope you believe that it's heartfelt. And the 2 things that I hope you take away today are, number 1, that I care about you, and number 2, that I hate the things that I did, and I am so sorry. And Your Honor, I thank you for letting me address you and for letting me address the victims. Thank you so much.
That was the most.
Everything that guy just said is bullshit.
We're going to take a break now for 45 minutes.
So you can take 45 minutes while he thinks about it, but in the meantime, as was alluded to by MG, one thing you never want to forget in your entire life, the one thing you don't want to forget.
Everything that guy just said is bullshit. Thank you.
Let's fast forward 45 minutes to the actual sentencing. This looks like an owl. This always looked like an owl to me.
Big hooters, big old eyes there.
Yeah, speaking of owls, did you hear potentially criminal Sean? Did you see any of his stream earlier today?
No.
No, but I was just on Laid Back News with him. What did he stream about?
Oh my God, he won the internet. He won my YouTube internet quote for the day today.
What was that?
Oh, I can't even remember what he was talking
So
about.
this from his stream last night.
Yeah, I can't even remember what he was talking about, but he's talking about a prosecutor that just looked a little different. And where's the?
I know you tweeted about it.
Yeah, that was like the internet thing of the day. I don't. Where'd it go? It's gone. You can't take my tweet from me. Where did it go? What? My tweet does not exist anymore. All right, I'm upset. What happened here? Gotta scroll back through my things here to try to find. Why isn't that showing on my own feed? My own tweet isn't showing on my own feed. It's gone. It's been erased from the universe. All right, okay, I found it. Like he was talking about something with this prosecutor, and he said that they showed a picture of the prosecutor. Says like, I know that prosecutor wears Harry Potter ties, and his Facebook profile is I'm in house dildo door for grumble butt or whatever that Harry Potter crap is. I thought like dildo door for house grumble butt was like the funniest thing I've ever heard in my life. All right, let's get to the speaking of grumble butt, let's get into the sentencing here.
Mr. Waters?
Your Honor, we had a victim arrive. She was at work and arrived during Mr. Murdaugh's presentation to the court, and we would ask him, the defense, I believe, has agreed to let her address the court very quickly.
No objection, Your Honor.
All right. Yes.
Who's this that's going to address the court?
Good afternoon. I want to thank everybody for just,
wow.
you know,
the mic work, or you're not speaking into it?
Yes.
It works. She just sounds like a
Good
phone
afternoon.
sex
I just wanna
operator.
thank everybody for giving me a chance. You judge.
Okay, I'm not a woman, but women, what do you got to say about them earrings? Jesus.
Loud, very.
She's gonna.
What is that? A frisbee that she put a little hook through? That's just too much for me.
She's gonna
That's
have
like
gigantic earlobes in 20 years.
That's like a second grader's art project.
This lady's just got a very diverse life. You know, she goes to court and then she plays ultimate frisbee afterwards, and she just wants to make sure that you know, it's on.
Then
her
she goes
just
down
walk
to
out of court and play ultimate frisbee. Just
and then she goes down to the barber shop, takes a shot of Henny, and gets a mohawk. Jesus.
Yeah.
Judge Newman, I want to address Mr. Murdaugh.
And she's probably like one of the most horrific victims of this case, and will feel bad.
It's been years.
Probably.
Since my mother, Blondell Gary, had passed in an ambulance accident on Old Sheldon Church Road.
An ambulance? The fuck's an ambulance?
When he took the case, right? I trusted you. I really trusted you, like a lot. Like I had a lot of faith in you, because my friend Miss P, she had told me about you, and so I entrusted you. But you know what? Today, I thank God. You know, God gave me this time just to tell you that I forgive you. I forgive you. And I hope and pray that you would look to him and ask him truly in your heart to forgive you of everything that you have done, all of your sins. What you did to all of the families is just so wrong. It's wrong. So just ask him. Just ask him to forgive you. I forgive you. Okay? Just know that I do.
Oh, Black Betty, rambling. Oh, Black Betty. Bramblam. Bramble Jam.
Your Honor, that would be the state's presentation. That would just say in closing.
Okay, that was weird.
I think Your Honor just got a taste.
But like white chick here, like that looks like a Muppet with like the hair. Her hair is like awesome.
Of what all these victims have
Face, not so much. Hair, yes.
gotten. And I think that he talked about these special
Oh, Black Betty, ramblams.
Some things.
And
ambulance. We can look people in the eye, but we've seen it all before. We saw it for 2 days at the murder trial. We saw it in Dave Owen's car. And all of these victims have seen it over and over again.
Too late.
In their interactions with him and in his office. But even as we heard that entire soliloquy, even now, his only concern, the main thing he was concerned about, was how he felt others perceived him, his perception in the mind of others. And I'm just close with saying what I said to you right before sentencing in the murder trial, that when he sat there and looked all these victims in the eye, it was the same thing that he had done when he stole from them. It's the same thing that he's done in his interactions with police. And the reality is that not one single person who thought they knew this man, and there were so many who thought they did, not one single person knew who he really was.
Okay,
And
Mr.
Your Honor,
Hart.
it's time for, at least in these proceedings, respectfully, for the system to be done with him, and we would ask you to accept the 27 years. Thank you.
Your Honor, we have nothing further to say except we urge you to adopt the Attorney General's position of accepting the negotiated plea.
Okay, that
Okay, I'm
right
gonna get my
there is
money
sort
back
of
Christmas. Sorry.
that
Nobody
sort
goes.
of right there is the culmination where the prosecution recommends that he get sentenced to 27 years for everything they've discussed, and then the defense says we have no objection to the imposition of the 27 years. That's the important thing right there. Now the judge has to decide whether or not to accept that arrangement. He could say, fuck it, I'm sentencing him to whatever the maximum is. But it's up to him. And just a couple things here. Sebastian Muller, member for 8 months. Thank you so much for the support you've given us over the past 8 months. Celebration 8 months. Let me make it a year. Keep up the great commentary, Jeff. Well, apparently people weren't impressed with my commentary on the last victim impact statement. I apologize, but thank you so much for 8 months of support. Choosy heretics choose Carnation Revolution now. You kind of scare me. You scare me a little bit. Unlike Johnny Winter, I never did get to hustle down in Texas or really make a southern scene. I only escaped. Johnny Winter happens to be my personal favorite guitarist of all time. And Hustle Down in Texas is a fantastic song. You're scaring me with the inside knowledge of what's going on in my brain. Like seriously, Johnny Winter is what is like my all-time favorite single greatest guitarist of all time guy, with Stevie Ray Vaughan coming in a close second. All right, well that's kind of spooky. All right, let's continue with let's get on with what the judge has to say. I'm sure the judge has something to say.
Earlier, either the court
we know he does.
the guilty plea and impose the exact sentence that the parties have negotiated, or the court will not accept the guilty plea. We've now spent 2 days listening to the recitation by the state and the defense, and
Albert King is a
we'll
god.
accept the negotiated
And
sentence
Freddie.
and accept the guilty plea. Mr. Murdaugh,
Okay, he
you'll
accepts
come
the
around
plea.
for sentencing.
He accepts the guilty plea, but does he accept the 27-year sentencing?
It was September of 2021 when the Chief Justice of the Supreme Court assigned me to preside over the pending investigations involving the various offenses that you are being investigated for, initially including these financial crimes and the murder cases. And I have lived with this case now for over 2 years, and I have 34 days left before active retirement. And after
Come soon
imposing this
enough.
sentence, your life will continue. I will turn the page and leave you behind. You're quite an enigma, a person that many of us thought we knew. And as I stated earlier, I can only recall you as being a fun-loving, happy person. I've never seen you sad. I've never seen you being anything other than a friendly, caring person. And it's so disappointing to see you again in this setting. I believe the last time we saw each other and you were not in jail was at a conference when you were poolside having a good time. And as it turns out, that was a couple of months after the passing of your wife and son. But you were having a good time, made nothing of it. And then the Labor Day weekend events occurred. And next thing I know, I'm assigned to preside over all of your matters. Not only your matters, but others as well. And we started out with over 100 charges, indictments against various folks. And we've whittled that down to just a handful outstanding. And I'm happy to turn the page and turn, not turn the remnants over to anyone else, but to certainly turn over anything pending against you to someone else. It's been said that these are white collar offenses.
White collar crimes.
Had that distinction. I've never thought of it that way. I've looked at
white collar crimes,
criminal offenses. You know, 3 property crimes in South Carolina is you can get 10 years in prison. People have gotten 10 years for shoplifting, 3rd offense. I've sent people into retirement for committing of criminal offenses over and over and over again. I've never thought of it as being a white collar offense. Have had employees do embezzlement, church secretaries stole money, preachers stolen money, many offenses. But I never draw a distinction between a violent crime and other crimes. Certainly the law makes a distinction, and many violent crimes are non-parole offenses. The plea I'm accepting with you, you must serve 85% of the time. The parties have indicated that they are the victims, to the extent that they can be called victims. That's my preferred term for the group of people who have been preyed upon or victimized. They've all indicated that they would like for the court to accept the negotiated sentence. It is a stern sentence. The question was asked, what kind of animal are you? You're an enigmatic person. I don't know that you understand.
What's that noise?
What
His
comes to
faces
mind
are just
the young
like,
man
what
that
is
I
going on with this dude?
sentenced to death penalty for killing a police officer and setting his body on fire. And though personally I was opposed to capital punishment, he was sentenced to death. And in writing up that sentence report,
it's hard to pull off orange when you're a ginger.
Heartless.
I actually think it's a good color on him. I mean, it's hard to pull off a lot of stuff when you're a ginger, really.
On all seen since being appointed,
So
assigned to
pink.
these cases, you come closest to that young man. Being empty, I don't see anything. I tried to reach you at sentencing in the other case. I've listened to you here today, and I don't see anything there. Hopefully something will emerge within your spirit, within your soul. Certainly, being a person of your age and intelligence and experience, you have a lot to offer to the people that you encounter on a daily basis in the institution. And I think it's admirable that you've indicated that you will help them and continue to try to do good by them. You'll certainly have a lot of opportunity to do that. as we look at all of us, none of us are perfect. Many of us do things that we shouldn't do. It's just unimaginable to me that you have done some of the things that you've done. And whether it's you or someone you become upon using drugs or through the process of just committing the crimes over and over the period of years, I don't know. I don't even know who I'm speaking to now. But being a person of power and influence, and the question is raised of what type of character do you have?
I'll be in a second.
A person who would prey upon folks who are vulnerable and who are of a lower perceived estate than you. How you would prey upon those people who you say you love. And you capitalize on a disparity of what you have versus what they had and what they need and what they desired. In my years, I know of no greater joy as a lawyer that I've had during my 47 years as a lawyer than the joy of of having a satisfied client, of delivering good results for a client and experiencing that joy with them. I can think of no greater joy than I've experienced and being able to deliver on behalf of a client. And I'm sure you've experienced that joy as well until you decided that the only joy you're concerned about was your own. I take no joy at all in imposing this sentence, but it is what it is. And you'll have to suffer the consequences of your
It is what it is. Oh, holy shit.
And hopefully
my camera died.
some
Hang
good
on.
will come out of you.
Did it?
As you move forward.
It's still working.
There are a number of counts here, a number of indictments, and you'll get an individual sentence as each one. On indictment, GS 4727 for money laundering, the sentence is 20 years. Obtaining signature of property by false pretenses, the sentence is 10 years. The second count of obtaining property by false pretenses, count 7, 10 years. Breach of trust with fraudulent intent, value more than $10,000, the sentence is 10 years. Another, obtaining property by false pretenses, count an indictment 4730, count 4, sentence is 10 years. Money laundering on indictment, same indictment, count 5, sentence is 20 years. Money laundering, count 8 of that
Both.
indictment,
I'm always hot.
20 years. Breach of trust with fraudulent intent, indictment number 32, count 1, sentence is 5 years. Money laundering under indictment number 33, count 2, the sentence is 20 years. Money laundering under indictment 34, count 2, the sentence is 20 years.
That's a lot of years.
Evans.
Value $10,000.
He may not have that many left.
Count 5, the sentence is 10 years. Computer crimes under indictment 36, the sentence is 5 years. Breach of trust with fraudulent intent under indictment ending in 37, the sentence is 10 years. All those sentences will run concurrent with each other. Money laundering under indictment ending in 38, count 2, the sentence is 7 years consecutive to sentences previously stated. Under indictment 4701, breach of trust with fraudulent intent, the sentence is 10 years concurrent. Breach of trust, fraudulent intent under indictment ending in 02, count 1, sentence is 10 years. Under
Oh, Judge, could you make this any more boring?
10, count 1, sentence is 5 years.
Sentenced to 47 billion years in prison.
Money laundering in indictment ending in 23, count 3, the sentence is 20 years. Under indictment ending 24, obtaining goods under false pretenses, sentence is 10 years. Willful intent to evade or defeat payment of taxes under indictment 34, sentences 5 years concurrent. You have one 20-year sentence and a consecutive 7-year sentence for a total sentence of 27 years. Most of the offenses pled to are serious offenses under the law. Subjects you to the 3 strikes law. You are given credit for time served pursuant to section 241340 to be calculated by the South Carolina Department of Corrections. I think that completes the sentence. Anything further regarding this sentence?
Your Honor, just for clarification, and I think the sentencing sheets reflect this, but he's got all those sentences concurrent for 20,
Yes.
and then there's one 7-year consecutive sentence. So he's got a 27-year sentence, 85% parole
Yes.
eligible, max out.
Yes.
Right.
And it's reflected on the sentencing sheet.
Yes, sir.
Mr. Any comment about that, Mr. Waters or Mr.?
That's correct, Your Honor. There's 20 years at 85% and then a 7 at 85%. And again, those are no parole offenses, meaning that he
Doesn't
85%.
Right.
Or more, depending on how he behaves.
And that's the sentence of the court. Mr. Murdaugh, any final comments?
There you go.
Yes, sir. I will just reiterate what I did say to all of you.
Thank you, Your Honor.
All right. Good luck to
Thank you,
you.
Your Honor, and enjoy being with you.
Yes, sir. Very well.
That was a
enjoyed being with you as well.
dickish thing to say.
You're not under oath.
All right.
Thank you, Judge.
Very good. Thank you all for a job well done.
Folks, that's it right there.
27 years.
27 years. And that's like he's going to serve all of it because they or no, like if you're
He has to
sentenced,
serve 85%.
yeah, you have to serve the 85%. But my understanding is the 85% was built into that sentence. So they figured whatever it would be, then like multiplied that by 85%, and that turned out to be the 27 years. So that's how I understood what they were saying, was that the 85% had already been factored into the sentence. Oh, I'm sorry, Strawberry. We have to take the cuck. We don't want to cuck Strawberry. I'm sorry, little girl. Hang on, let me get the cuck cage off you, girl. There we go. And that's and this is completely separate from these federal crimes. So he's going to serve 27 years for these crimes and then go down the street to wherever the state pen is. And he's going to, the federal pen is, and he's going to be there for the rest of his life. But, wow. MG, what did you think of his statements?
That's bullshit. I didn't think he meant any of it. He, as Judge said, he seemed like he was worried about how everybody perceived his image. But he was sorry for the way, there was no emotion to it, really. It just seemed dead. Which I say this, I guess if I felt like if I was wrongly convicted of murdering my wife and son, I would probably be dead inside too, and just not give a damn.
Well, that's an interesting perspective. For me, I was just kind of focusing on him and just the fact that he just came across as such a two-dimensional person with no depth, no feeling whatsoever. But I mean, maybe what
There
you're
may
saying
just
has
be
something to
nothing
do with it.
left. Yeah, I mean, it could be that, I said, if he truly was innocent of murdering his wife and son, and you get convicted anyway, and you're gonna rot for it, what feeling can you have left? Just
Yeah.
it's just like whatever. I'm gonna just say this, but none of what I say is gonna matter at all.
Chandler, what do you think? Are you there, Chandler? Chandler Remington. Are you there? There's no Chandler here. Well, okay, there's no Chandler. So in the absence of no Chandler, that's it. I guess it's time to wrap this little dog and pony show up for the evening with the Alex Murdaugh financial crimes sentencing. He's still got the murder stuff. Are they going to get a new trial based on what Becky Hill did? Becky Hill's also been arrested. She wasn't arrested. Her son was arrested on wiretapping charges, but
and her phone confiscated.
Yeah, a day before that, her phone was confiscated. Plus, she's being investigated for a separate set of crimes involving financial problems, which I understand. How they're all related, I don't know, but that'll come out. So it seems like things aren't going well for Becky Hill. I think that's it. We've got like Maritime Monday. I don't know what we're going to do for next Maritime Monday because I haven't had time to think about it. Personally, it is now 4:08 a.m. Saturday morning here. 11 hours from now, I'm going to jump on a train and head to Seoul, where Andrew from Legal Mindset, Andrew is he's returned to Korea from Thailand for the weekend. So I'm going to head up to Seoul and hook up with him, and we're probably going to get liquored up on Saturday night. And then Maritime Monday, I don't know. I have no idea what I'm doing next week. What about you, MG Lai? Anything coming up in your life recently?
Yeah, we've been rewatching the Travis Rudolph trial, and we have finally made it to cross-examination of the lead investigator. So
good.
I don't know if I'll probably do that tomorrow night. So I have other stuff tonight, but probably will do that tomorrow night because that's going to be fun.
Check that out. That's a wild trial. The Rudolph trial was wild.
Yes.
Chandler Remington, if you're here, if you're within earshot, what are you thinking? What are you doing? What do you got coming up? TikTok. Thank you for playing. Have a nice day. Folks, we are at the end of the show. I got nothing else. We just wanted to see what was happening to Alex Murdaugh over the week. I mean, this is it. He's done. He's toast. He's got his 27 years in state court, his however many million years in federal court. He's got the 2 consecutive life sentences, which most likely won't be subject to a trial, which could very well be subject to a trial, which is up to the judge. We just have to see what the judge says. Folks, that's it. Thank you so much, and I hope you enjoy your Friday. MG Law, go check him out. Make sure you subscribe to him. Absolute decent guy. And for those of you regular super viewers of my channel, on the 15th, so 2 weeks from today, we will be doing our Christmas year-end extravaganza Fuck It Friday, where we say fuck it. We have a good panel of people on, and Chandler is invited. MG Law, you are invited. We'll be doing that Friday evening US on the 15th. We'll also have another decent panel of peeps. Don't miss it. Mods, thank you for being here, being super moddy, and doing everything you can to take care of us. Chat, you are the greatest chat on the internet. Thank you for everybody that super chatted and gave your monthly membership chats. Thank you to those of you that are just hanging out and chatting, having a good time and enjoying yourself while we follow this. I'd have no reason to be doing this, no business to be doing this without you. Thank you for being here. Let's see if is anybody streaming right now? Is anybody doing anything? Let's see who we can send you all to.
Yeah, Nicholas Star, he was streaming, but I think
Yeah,
was
he
no
was. He
more
joined
coordinated.
us after that. Oh, we can go to Nina Infinity. Let's see if Nina will let us send people to her. I don't know if Nina has it set up to send us mere mortals over to her page, but let's check it out. We'll send you somewhere fun if we can. If not, you're just kind of on your own. 400. Wow, I got like 14 people since we started the stream. That is super awesome. Thank you, everybody that subscribed to this. You guys rule.
And Valhalla's
totally
been
happy.
streaming. He's been covering that paramedic trial in Colorado.
Huh.
They're being
All
charged
right.
with murder for like giving a suspect ketamine.
I'll moiderize you. Let's see here. All right,
I don't know if
checking
he
the
starts.
redirect. Who can we redirect to? Nina Infinity. Okay, we're gonna go to Nina Infinity. Ladies and gentlemen, if you don't know who Nina Infinity is, you need to know Nina Infinity. Nina Infinity is one of the funniest, most awesome, sweetest people you'll ever meet on the entire internet. When you go there, make sure you tell her that Legal Vices sent you. Say hi to her. Let her know that she's awesome, and make sure you like and subscribe to her. Make sure you subscribe to MG Law, and whatever happened to Chandler, make sure you subscribe to her as well. Chandler Remington, everybody, take care. Do the Yoda voice again.
Got a new member.
Equality. Equality became a YouTube member. Member she is, yes.
Her name is going to be in green.
I'm sorry. That my Yoda voice left like about 3 hours ago.
Sorry, guys, I had
That's
to-
the best we can get.
Hi.
Oh, Chandler.
Hey, Chandler, just in time to say goodbye. Say goodbye, Chandler.
Goodbye, Chandler.
Bye, Chandler.
Goodbye, Chandler. All right, everybody, we're going to head on over to Nina Infinity. Tell her Legal Vices sent you. Have a great day. We'll see you on Monday. Make sure you subscribe to MG Law and Chandler Remington. Remy_legal for her and MG Law for MG Law, right?
That's at the MG Law.
There you go. All right, folks. Take care. Until next time. There's one thing I want to do on our way out. I'm sure it's going to get us copyright claimed and demonetized. But Chandler, you're a punk fan.
Yeah.
I'm sure you're familiar with I hope you're familiar with the Pogues.
Yes.
The Pogues lead singer. The Pogues lead singer. Shane McGowan passed away.
I saw that. It's very sad.
That definitely makes me sad. I didn't know that until we started our stream here today.
Yo, I saw it yesterday. Yeah, it's very, very sad.
Someone mentioned that to me, so
yes, well, may he rest in peace. He contributed fantastic music.
I'm kind of I'm moved by that. I'm affected by that, like I was with like the last time I was affected like this was probably when David Bowie passed.
Really? Oh wow.
Yes, it's a thing, but we'll send you out with the last the last verse of one of my favorite Pogue songs, "The Old Main Drag."
Do it! Oh yes, I love this.
And then we'll let you go over onto Nina Infinity. Make sure you tell Nina Infinity hi from Legal Vices. All right, everybody. If you're not familiar with the Pogues,
You should be.
raise a glass to Shane McGowan.
Cheers.
Cheers, Shane. Peace out. And let's where'd we go? Wait a minute. Where the hell's the fucking there we go. I'm big in it.
But now I am lying here, I have had too much booze. I've been shut on and spat on and raped and abused. And now that I am dying and I wish I could beg for some money to take me from the old main drag.